consolations, such as store of refreshing...
I wasn't listening.
...which he combats. There are two I regard it, therefore, as something as yet absolutely in the air and devoid of scientific cogency. Just a nice fat word in the place of a lean note of interrogation. When anyone fails to get rid of his pain in the soul, the cause is, speaking crudely, to be found not in his soul, but more probably in his stomach. Speaking crudely, I repeat, but by no means wishing thereby that you should listen to me or understand me in a crude spirit. A strong and well-constituted man digests his experiences, deeds and misdeeds all included, just as he digests his meats, even when he has some tough morsels to swallow. If he fails to relieve himself of an experience, this kind of indigestion is quite as much physiological as the other indigestion, and indeed in more ways than one, simply one of the results of the other. You can adopt such a theory and yet entre nous be nevertheless the strongest opponent of all materialism. 17. But is he really a physician, this ascetic priest? We already understand why we are scarcely allowed to call him a physician, however much he likes to feel a savior and let himself be worshipped as a savior. It is only the actual suffering, the discomfort of the sufferer, which he combats, not its cause, not the actual state of sickness. This needs must constitute our most radical objection to the priestly medication. But just once put yourself into that point of view, of which the priests have a monopoly, you will find it hard to exhaust your amazement at what from that standpoint he has completely seen, sought, and found. The mitigation of suffering, every kind of consoling, all this manifests itself as his very genius. With what ingenuity has he interpreted his mission of consoler? With what aplomb and audacity has he chosen weapons necessary for the part? Christianity in particular should be dubbed a great treasure chamber of ingenious consolations. Such a store of refreshing, soothing, deadening drugs has it accumulated within itself. So many of the most dangerous and daring expedients has it hazarded. With such subtlety, refinement, oriental refinement, has it divined what emotional stimulants can conquer, at any rate for a time, the deep depression, the leaden fatigue, the black melancholy of physiological cripples. For speaking generally, all religions are mainly concerned with fighting a certain fatigue and heaviness that has infected everything. You can regard it as prima facie probable that in certain places in the world there was almost bound to prevail from time to time among large masses of the population a sense of physiological depression, which, however, owing to their lack of physiological knowledge, did not appear to their consciousness as such, so that consequently its cause and its cure can only be sought and essayed in the science of moral psychology. This, in fact, is my most general formula for what is generally called a religion. Such a feeling of depression can have the most diverse origins. It may be the result of the crossing of two heterogeneous races, or of classes. Genealogical and racial differences are also brought out in the classes. The European Weltschmerz, the pessimism of the 19th century, is really the result of an absurd and sudden class mixture. It may be brought about by a mistaken emigration, a race falling into a climate for which its power of adaptation is insufficient, the case of the Persians in India. It may be the effect of old age and fatigue, the Parisian pessimism from 1850 onwards. It may be the wrong diet, the alcoholism of the Middle Ages, the nonsense of vegetarianism, which, however, had in their favor the authority of Sir Christopher and Shakespeare. It may be blood, deterioration.
Oh, just him saying the nonsense of vegetarianism was just a funny line in the middle of all this.
Oh no, I heard it. I said that's funny.
Oh, I thought you said what's funny. I was like, I'm sure in its context it wasn't, but in our modern age, it's just a funny thing. Okay, carry on.
He said, I believe in eating meat, but not the church.
Like German depression after 30 Years' War, which infected half of Germany with evil diseases and thereby paved the way for German civility, for German pusillanimity. In such a case, there is invariably recourse to a war on a grand scale with the feeling of depression. Let us inform ourselves briefly on its most important practices and phases. I
wonder if he's arguing that, like, okay, so I'm gonna try, just for funsies, I'm gonna try talking out what I think point he's making, and maybe my contention, but also my wondering if I missed it. At first I was wondering if he was saying that some people are just destined or prone to being what he calls sick, which means like miserable, guilty, unhappy, and there are healthy people who are not. And if he was arguing that, I don't know if he was arguing the case or not. I think he was saying there are some individuals that make themselves the leaders of the sick, that puts them in a place of power by humoring and validating the resentment of the sick. But I also do wonder, but my concern was, like, I don't think there's necessarily a set group of people who are just miserable. But then he was also arguing the case that, like, there's different contexts in which there's plagues of, quote-unquote, whatever you could call it, sickness or the misery of the human condition. And he was giving examples of history of different waves of depression that came across different groups of people for different reasons, be it like health purposes or context or being out of place or being in a culture you don't fit in. And I'm wondering if he's saying that there are causes, broad causes that make people miserable. Obviously, my stance is that, well, actually, I mean, I should hesitate, but I think that's what he's saying. So therefore, that means that there is a condition to it, and so it's not necessarily like, It's like he treats like misery like it's an infectious thing. If I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, I digress. There's my attempt to state what I think I am hearing. So I am now going to continue.
One side stands to reason the actual philosophic war against the feeling of depression, which is usually simultaneous. It is interesting enough, but too absurd, too practically negligible, too full of cobwebs, too much of a hole and corner affair, especially when pain is proved to be a mistake, on the naive hypothesis that pain must needs vanish when the mistake underlying it is recognized. But behold, it does anything but
well, that goes into what we were saying earlier.
vanish. That dominant depression is primarily fought by weapons which reduce the consciousness of life itself to the lowest degree. Wherever possible, no more wishes, no more wants. Shun everything which produces emotion, which produces blood, eating no salt, the faker hygiene. No love, no hate, equanimity, no revenge, no getting rich, no work, begging as far as possible. No woman, or as little woman as possible. As far as the intellect is concerned, Pascal's principle, il faut s'habituer, to put the result in ethical and psychological language, self-annihilation, sanctification. To put it in physiological language, hypnotism. The attempt to find some approximate human equivalent for what hibernation is for certain animals, for what estivation is for many tropical plants, a minimum of assimilation and metabolism in which life just manages to subsist without really coming up into consciousness. An amazing amount of human energy has been devoted to this object, perhaps uselessly. There cannot be the slightest doubt but that such sportsmen of saintliness, in whom at times nearly every nation has abounded, have really found a genuine relief from that which they have combated with such a rigorous training. In countless cases, they really escaped by the help of their system of hypnotism away from deep physiological depression. Their method is consequently counted among the most universal ethnological facts. Similarly, it is improper to consider such a plan for starving the physical element and its desires, as in itself a symptom of insanity, as a clumsy species of roast beef eating free thinkers and Sir Christophers are fain to do. All the more certain is it that their method can and does pave the way to all kinds of mental disturbances, for instance, inner lights, as far as the case of the hay-shits of Mount Althos, auditory and visual hallucinations, voluptuous ecstasies and effervescences of sensualism, the history of St. Teresa. The explanation of such events given by the victims is always the acme of fanatical falsehood. This is self-evident. Note well, however, the tone of the implicit gratitude that rings in the very will for an explanation of such character. The supreme state, salvation itself, that final goal of universal hypnosis and peace, is always regarded by them as the mystery of mysteries, which even the most supreme symbols are inadequate to express. It is regarded as an entry and homecoming to the essence of things, as a liberation from all illusions, as knowledge, as truth, as being, as an escape from every end, every wish, every action, as something even beyond good and evil. Good and evil, quoth the Buddhists. Both are fetters. The perfect man is master of them both. The done and the undone, quoth the disciple of the Vedanta. Do him no hurt. The good and the evil he shakes off from him, sage that he is. His kingdom suffers no more from any act. Good and evil, he goes beyond them both. An absolutely Indian conception, as much Brahmanist as Buddhist. Neither in the Indian nor in the Christian doctrine is this redemption regarded as attainable by means of virtue and moral improvement. However high they may place the value of the hypnotic efficiency of virtue, keep clear on this point. Indeed, it simply corresponds with the facts. The fact that they remain true on this point is perhaps to be regarded as the best specimen of realism in the three great religions, absolutely soaked as they are with morality, with this one objection. For those who know, there is no duty. Redemption is not attained by the acquisition of virtues, for redemption consists in being one with Brahman, who is incapable of acquiring any perfection, and equally little does it consist in the giving up of faults, for the Brahman, unity with whom is what constitutes redemption, is eternally pure. These passages are from the commentaries on the Kankara, quoted from the first real European expert of the Indian philosophy, my friend Paul Deussen. We wish therefore to pay honor to the idea of redemption in the great religions, but it is somewhat hard to remain serious in view of the appreciation meted out to the deep sleep by these exhausted pessimists, who are too tired even to dream, to the deep sleep considered, that is, as already effusing into Brahman, as the attainment of the unio mystica with God. When he has completely gone to sleep, says on this point the oldest and most venerable script, and comes to perfect rest, so that he sees no more any vision, then, O dear one, is he united with being. He has entered into his own self, encircled by the self with its absolute knowledge. He has no more any consciousness of that which is without or of that which is within. Day and night cross not these bridges, nor age, nor deaths, nor suffering, nor good deeds, nor evil deeds. In deep sleep, say similarly the believers in this deepest of the three great religions, does the soul lift itself from out of this body of ours, enters the supreme light, and stands out therein in its true shape. Therein is it the supreme spirit itself, which travels about, while it rests and plays and enjoys itself, whether with women or chariots or friends. There do its thoughts turn no more back to this appanage of a body, to which the prana, the vital breath, is harnessed like a beast of burden to the cart. Nonetheless, we will take care to realize, as we did when discussing redemption, that in spite of all its pomps of oriental extravagance, this simply expresses the same criticism on life as did the clear, cold, Greekly cold, but yet still suffering Epicurus. The hypnotic sensation of nothingness, the peace of deepest sleep, anesthesia in short, that is what passes with the sufferers and the absolutely depressed for, forsooth, their supreme good, their value of values. That is what must be measured by them as something positive, be felt by them as the essence of all the positive, according to the same logic of the feelings. Nothingness is in all pessimistic religions called God. 18. Such a hypnotic deadening of sensibility and susceptibility to pain, which presupposes somewhat rare powers, especially courage, contempt of opinion, intellectual stoicism, is less frequent than another and certainly easier training which is tried against the states of depression. I mean mechanical activity. It is indisputable that a suffering existence can be thereby considerably alleviated. This fact is called today by the somewhat ignoble title of the blessing of work. The alleviation consists in the intention of the sufferer being absolutely diverted from suffering, in the incessant monopoly of this consciousness by action, so that consequently there is little room left for suffering, for narrow is it, this chamber of human consciousness. Mechanical activity and its corollaries, such as absolute regularity, punctilious, unreasoning obedience, the chronic routine of life, the complete occupation of time, a certain liberty to be impersonal, nay, a training in impersonality, self-forgetfulness, incuria sui. With what thoroughness and expert subtlety have all these methods been exploited by the ascetic priest in his war with pain? When he has to tackle sufferers of the lowest orders, slaves or prisoners or women, who for the most part are a compound of labor, slave, and prisoner, all he has to do is to juggle a little with the names, and to rechristen, so as to make them see henceforth a benefit, a comparative happiness, in objects which they hated. The slave's discontent with his lot was at any rate not invented by the priest. An even more popular means of fighting depression is the ordaining of a little joy, which is easily accessible and can be made into a rule. This medication is frequently used in conjunction with the former ones. The most frequent form in which joy is prescribed as a cure is the joy in producing joy, such as doing good, giving presents, alleviating, helping, exhorting, comforting, praising, treating with distinction, together with the prescription of love your neighbor. The ascetic priest prescribes, though in the most cautious doses, what is practically a stimulation of the strongest and most life-assertive impulse, the will to power. The happiness involved in the smallest superiority, which is the concomitant of all benefiting, helping, extolling, making oneself useful, is the most ample consolation, of which, if they are well advised, physiological distortions avail themselves. In other cases they hurt each other, and naturally in obedience to the same radical instinct. An investigation of the origin of Christianity in the Roman world shows that cooperative unions for poverty, sickness, and burial sprang up in the lowest stratum of contemporary society, amid which the chief antidote against depression, a little joy experienced in mutual benefits, was deliberately fostered. Perchance this was then novelty, a real discovery? This conjuring up of the will for cooperation, for family organization, for communal life, for ke nakula, necessarily brought the will to power, which had been already infinitesimally stimulated, to a new and much fuller manifestation. The herd organization is a genuine advance and triumph in the fight with depression. With the growth of the community, there matures even to individuals a new interest, which often enough takes him out of the more personal element in his discontent, his aversion to himself, the despectus sui of Gelenux. All sick and diseased people strive instinctively after a herd organization, out of a desire to shake off their sense of oppressive discomfort and weakness. The ascetic priest divines this instinct and promotes it. Wherever a herd exists, it is the instinct of weakness which is wished for the herd, and the cleverness of the priest which has organized it. For, mark this, By an equally natural necessity, the strong strive as much for isolation as the weak for union. When the former bind themselves, it is only with a view to an aggressive joint action and joint satisfaction of their will to power, much against the wishes of their individual consciences. The latter, on the contrary, range themselves together with positive delight in such a muster. Their instincts are as much gratified thereby as the instincts of the born master, that is, the solitary beast of prey species of man, are disturbed and wounded to the quick by organization. There is always lurking beneath every oligarchy, such is the universal lesson of history, the desire for tyranny. Every oligarchy is continually quivering with the tension of the effort required by each individual to keep mastering this desire. Such, for instance, was the Greek. Plato shows it in 100 places. Plato who knew his contemporaries, and himself. 19. The methods employed by the ascetic priest, which we have already learned to know, stifling of all vitality, mechanical energy, the little joy, and especially the method of love your neighbor, herd organization, the awakening of the communal consciousness of power to such a pitch that the individual's disgust with himself becomes eclipsed by his delight in the thriving of the community. These are, according to modern standards, the innocent methods employed in the fight with depression. Let us turn now to the more interesting topic of the guilty methods. The guilty methods spell one thing: to produce emotional excess, which is used as the most efficacious anesthetic against their depressing state of protracted pain. This is why priestly ingenuity has proved quite inexhaustible in thinking out this one question. By what means can you produce an emotional excess? This sounds harsh. It is manifest that it would sound nicer and would grate on one's ears less if I were to say, forsooth, the ascetic priest made use at all times of the enthusiasm contained in all strong emotions. But what is the good of still soothing the delicate ears of our modern effeminates? What is the good on our side of budging one single inch before their verbal Pecksniffianisms? For us psychologists to do that would be at once
Pecksniffianism? What are you saying? Oh my god. Someone who's unconsciously hypocritical, sanctimonious, or self-righteously moralistic, loudly parades their high moral principles and benevolence. So kind of like arrogant, while acting in self-serving or deceptive manner. Pecksniffian. I feel like, I guess another word would be like aloof, self-righteous, Pecksniffian. What I hate is, like, whenever I have to Google these words, I always kind of like the words, but I'm not going to retain. Histrionic was a new one I recently gathered. You know what's funny? One word that everyone knows that I was struggling with, but I've now attained, is esoteric. I like it. I like the
Esoteric?
word. I like esoteric. I like that as a word.
What does that mean?
It means to know something something that is exclusively known by a small group of people. It's like privy knowledge, like only a few people will understand or comprehend. I'd argue like a parable would be something kind of esoteric. Jesus would say that some of the parables were esoteric. They were designed to where only a few people who were, I guess, able to understand were to understand it. Anyway, fun word.
Practical
Pecksniffian. What the hell? I don't know if it's unconsciously or affecting benevolence or high moral principles. All right. Anyway, carry on. Pecksniffian.
Sniffianism, apart from the fact of its nauseating us.
All right, I gotta go back.
The ascetic priest, which we have already learned to know, stifling of all vitality, mechanical energy, the little joy, and especially the method of love your neighbor, herd organization, the awakening of the communal consciousness of power to such a pitch that the individual's disgust with himself becomes eclipsed by his delight in the thriving of the community. These are, according to modern standards, the innocent methods employed in the fight with depression. Let us turn now to the more interesting topic of the guilty methods. The guilty methods spell one thing: to produce emotional excess, which is used as the most efficacious anesthetic against their depressing state of protracted pain. This is why priestly ingenuity has proved quite inexhaustible in thinking out this one question. By what means can you produce an emotional excess? This sounds harsh. It is manifest that it would sound nicer and would grate on one's ears less if I were to say, forsooth, the ascetic priest made use at all times of the enthusiasm contained in all strong emotions. But what is the good of still soothing the delicate ears of our modern effeminates? What is the good on our side of budging one single inch before their verbal pecksniffianisms? For us psychologists, to do that would be at once practical pecksniffianism, apart from the fact of its nauseating us. The good taste, others might say the righteousness, of a psychologist nowadays consists, if at all, in combating the shamefully moralized language with which all modern judgments on man and things are smeared. For, do not deceive yourself. What constitutes the chief characteristic of the modern souls and of modern books is not the lying, but the innocence, which is part and parcel of their intellectual dishonesty. The inevitable running up against this innocence everywhere constitutes the most distasteful feature of the somewhat dangerous business which a modern psychologist has to undertake. It is a part of our great danger. It is a road which perhaps leads straight to the great nausea. I know quite well the purpose which all modern books will and can serve. Granted that they last, which I am not afraid of, and granted equally that there is to be some future day a generation with a more rigid, more severe, and healthier taste, the function which all modernity generally will serve with posterity, that of an emetic. And this by reason of its moral sugariness and falsity, its ingrained feminism, which it is pleased to call idealism, and at any rate believes to be idealism. Our cultured men of today, our good men, do not lie, that is true, but it does not redound to their honor. The real lie, the genuine, determined, honest lie, on whose value you can listen to Plato, would prove too tough and too strong an article for them by a long way. It would be asking them to do what people have been forbidden to ask them to do, to open their eyes to their own selves, and to learn to distinguish between true and false in their own selves. The dishonest lie alone suits them. Everything which fools a good man is perfectly incapable of any other attitude to anything than that of a dishonorable liar, an absolute liar, but nonetheless an innocent liar, a blue-eyed liar, a virtuous liar. These good men, they are all now tainted with morality through and through, and as far as honor is concerned, they are disgraced and corrupted for all eternity. Which of them could stand a further truth about man? Or, put more tangibly, which of them could put up with a true biography? One or two instances. Lord Byron composed a most personal autobiography, but Thomas More was too good for it. He burnt his friend's papers. Dr. Gwinner, Schopenhauer's executor, is said to have done the same, for Schopenhauer as well wrote much about himself, and perhaps also against himself. Eyes Eoon, the virtuous American Thayer, Beethoven's biographer, suddenly stopped his work. He had come to a certain point in that honorable and simple life, and could stand it no longer. Moral? What sensible man nowadays writes one honest word about himself? He must already belong to the order of holy foolhardiness. We are promised an autobiography of Richard Wagner. Who doubts but that it would be a clever autobiography? Think, forsooth, of the grotesque horror which the Catholic priest Jansen aroused in Germany with his inconceivably square and harmless pictures of the German Reformation. What wouldn't people do if some real psychologist were to tell us about a genuine Luther? Tell us not with the moralist simplicity of a country priest or the sweet and cautious modesty of a Protestant historian, but say with the fearlessness of a Taine, that springs from force of character, not from a prudent toleration of force. The Germans, by the by, have already produced the classic specimen of this toleration. They may well be allowed to reckon him as one of their own, in Leopold Ranke, that born classical advocate of every causa fortior, the cleverest of all the clever opportunists. End of section 6. Recording by Jeffrey Church.
I got a little lost, but that's okay. I'm not terribly lost, but I think the
Section
part...
7 of The Genealogy of Morals by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Horace B. Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Church. Third essay. What is the meaning of ascetic ideals? Part 3. 20. But you will soon understand me. Putting it shortly, there is reason enough, is there not, for us psychologists nowadays never to get away from a certain mistrust of our own selves? Probably even we ourselves are still too good for our work. Probably, whatever contempt we feel for this popular craze for morality, we ourselves are perhaps nonetheless its victims, prey, and slaves. Probably it infects even us. Of what was that diplomat warning us when he said to his colleagues, "Let us especially mistrust our first impulses, gentlemen. They are almost always good." So should nowadays every psychologist talk to his colleagues. And thus we get back to our problem, which in point of fact does require from us a certain severity, a certain mistrust, especially against first impulses. The ascetic ideal in the service of projected emotional excess. He who remembers the previous essay will already partially anticipate the essential meaning compressed into these above 10 words. The thorough unswitching of the human soul, the plunging of it into terror, frost, ardor, rapture, so as to free it, as though some lightning shock, from all the smallness and pettiness of unhappiness, depression, and discomfort. What ways lead to this goal? And which of these ways does so most safely? At bottom, all great emotions have this power. provided that they find a sudden outlet. Emotions such as rage, fear, lust, revenge, hope, triumph, despair, cruelty. And in sooth, the ascetic priest has had no scruples in taking into his service the whole pack of hounds that rage in the human kennel, unleashing now these and now those with the same constant of waking man out of his protracted melancholy, of chasing away, at any rate for a time, his dull pain, his shrinking misery, but always under the sanction of a religious interpretation and justification. This emotional excess has subsequently to be paid for. This is self-evident. It makes the ill more ill, and therefore this kind of remedy for pain is, according to modern standards, a guilty kind. The dictates of fairness, however, require that we should all the more emphasize the fact that this remedy is applied with a good conscience, that the ascetic priest has prescribed it in the most implicit belief in its utility and indispensability, often enough almost collapsing in the presence of the pain which he created, that we should similarly emphasize the fact that the violent physiological revenges of such excesses, even perhaps the mental disturbances, are not absolutely inconsistent with the general tenor of this kind of remedy, this remedy which, as we have shown previously, is not for the purpose of healing diseases, but of fighting the unhappiness of that depression, the alleviation and deadening of which was its object. The object was consequently achieved. The keynote by which the ascetic priest was enabled to get every kind of agonizing and ecstatic music to play on the fibers of the human soul was, as everyone knows, the exploitation of the feeling of guilt. I have already indicated in the previous essay the origin of this feeling, as a piece of animal psychology and nothing else. We were thus confronted with the feeling of guilt in its crude state, as it were. It was first in the hands of the priest, real artist that he was in the feeling of guilt, that it took shape. Oh, what a shape. Sin, for that is the name of the new priestly version of the animal bad conscience, the inverted cruelty, has up to the present been the greatest event in the history of the diseased soul. In sin we find the most perilous and fatal masterpiece of religious interpretation. Imagine man suffering from himself, some way or other, but at any rate physiologically, perhaps like an animal shut up in a cage, not clear as to the why and the wherefore. Imagine him in his desire for reasons. Reasons bring relief. In his desire again for remedies, narcotics at last, consulting one, who knows even with the occult, and see, lo and behold, he gets a hint from his wizard, the ascetic priest, his first hint on the cause of his trouble. He must search for it in himself, in his guiltiness, in a piece of the past. He must understand his very suffering as a state of punishment. He has heard, he has understood, has the unfortunate. He is now in the plight of a hen round which a line has to be drawn. He never gets out of the circle of lines. The sick man has been turned into the sinner. Now, for a few thousand years, we shall never get away from the sight of this new invalid, of a sinner. Shall we ever get away from it? Wherever we just look, everywhere, the hypnotic gaze of the sinner always moving in one direction, in the direction of guilt, the only cause of suffering. Everywhere the evil conscience, the groelichettia, to use Luther's language. Everywhere rumination of the past, a distorted view of action, the gaze of the green-eyed monster turning on all action. Everywhere the willful misunderstanding of suffering, its transvaluation into feelings of guilt, fear of retribution. Everywhere the scourge, the hairy shirt, the starving body, contrition. Everywhere the sinner breaking himself on the ghastly wheel of a restless and morbidly eager conscience. Everywhere mute pain, extreme fear, the agony of a tortured heart, the spasms of an unknown happiness, the shriek for redemption. In point of fact, thanks to this system of procedure, the old depression, dullness, and fatigue were absolutely conquered. Life itself became very interesting again. Awake, eternally awake, sleepless, glowing, burnt away, exhausted, and yet not tired. Such was the figure cut by man, the sinner who was initiated into these mysteries. This grand old wizard of an ascetic priest fighting with depression, he had clearly triumphed. His kingdom had come. Men no longer grumbled at pain, men panted after pain. More pain, more pain. So for centuries on end shrieked the demands of his acolytes and initiates. Every emotional excess which hurt, everything which broke, overthrew, crushed, transported, ravished, the mystery of torture chambers, the ingenuity of hell itself, all this was now discovered, divined, exploited. All this was at the service of the wizard. All this served to promote the triumph of his ideal, the ascetic ideal. My kingdom is not of this world, quoth he, both at the beginning and at the end. Had he still the right to talk like that? Goethe had maintained that there were only 36 tragic situations. We would infer from that, did we not know otherwise, that Goethe was no
real estate agent filming a $5.5 million listing tenant removal man in a green screen suit from the video, resulting in hilarious footage.
Yeah, I just yeah, I just liked that a couple hours ago. I thought it was really funny.
So goofy.
That was fun. I liked it.
Opening the doors. I can see what they were going for, but the fact that homie didn't even try is crazy.
That's so funny.
This kind of priestly medicine mongering the guilty kind is concerned, every word of criticism is superfluous. As for the suggestion that emotional excess of the type, which in these cases the ascetic priest is fain to order to his sick patients, under the most sacred euphemism as is obvious, and equally impregnated with the sanctity of his purpose, has ever really been of use to any sick man who, forsooth, would feel inclined to maintain a proposition of that character. At any rate, some understanding should become, as to the expression, be of use. If you only wish to express that such a system of treatment has reformed man, I do not gainsay it. I merely add that reformed conveys to my mind much as tamed, weakened, discouraged, refined, daintified, emasculated, and thus it means almost as much as injured. But when you have to deal principally with sick, depressed, and oppressed creatures, such a system, even granted that it makes the ill better, under any circumstances also makes them more ill. Ask the mad doctors the invariable result of a methodical application of penance torture, contritions, and salvation ecstasies. Similarly, ask history. In every body politic where the ascetic priest has established this treatment of the sick, disease has on every occasion spread with a sinister speed throughout its length and breadth. What was always the result? A shattered nervous system, in addition to the existing malady, and this in the greatest as in the smallest, in the individuals as in the masses. We find, in consequence of the penance and redemption training, awful epileptic epidemics, the greatest known to history, such as the St. Vitus and St. John dances of the Middle Ages. We find, as another phase of its after effect, frightful mutilations and chronic depressions, by means of which the temperament of a nation or a city, Geneva, Bale, is turned once for all into its opposite. This training, again, is responsible for the witch hysteria, a phenomenon analogous to somnambulism, 8 great epidemic outbursts of this only between 1564 and 1605. We find similarly in its train those delirious death cravings of large masses, whose awful shriek, Viva la morte, was heard over the whole of Europe, now interrupted by voluptuous variations and anon by a rage for destruction, just as the same emotional sequence with the same intermittencies and sudden changes is now universally observed in every case where the ascetic doctrine of sin scores once more a great success. Religious neurosis appears as a manifestation of the devil. There is no doubt about it. What is it? Queritur. Speaking generally, the ascetic ideal and its sublime moral cult, this most ingenious, reckless, and perilous systematization of all methods of emotional excess, is writ large in a dreadful and unforgettable fashion on the whole history of man, and unfortunately not only on history. I was scarcely able to put forward any other element which attacked the health and rare efficiency of European.
I'm hungry. This is a problem. I gotta do something about it. There's nothing. I gotta do something about it. What am I gonna eat?
I feel gross.
We have sandwich materials. Do you want to cook something? Not really. Ginger, can I help you? You want your milk? What you want? What you want, sweetheart? I got her a doggy bed. I won lots, and then she has not utilized it. Yeah, Ginger. What you want? What is it? She's gotten into a habit of while I'm asleep in the morning, she'll come bug me at my bed and I'll get some scratches and she'll leave. So like I'll be like in bed, I'll just like give her some ear scratches and she'll leave. Like you can't keep sleeping unless you give me a him enough. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Hey, sweetheart. We can eat your bed, please. Eat your bed, please. What? She probably is hungry is what she is. Alright. Oh, yeah. Are you cute?
muted, right?
Oh, I just unmuted, but hang on. when the British, or the Americans were getting up in arms and that weren't really pleased with the British for a variety of valid reasons. There was the shot heard around the world. There was like a bit of a scuffle, and the military that was there to enforce the laws ended up killing a few of the settlers, and there was some killing on both sides. Now, obviously, rubbed some people the wrong way. Didn't love that, and of course, it's a good opportunity for the founding fathers to point out that they're right, and imagine a day, right? Anyway, but you know, when they arrested and put the soldiers that killed people on trial, John Adams, who was a lawyer, was their defender. So who was on the very opposite side, argued in their stead, and they ended up getting off. And I feel like that is very cool, and it's a testament of valuing truth and maybe justice over winning, right? And I think that's something that's been kind of lost as well. Like, you have to win, and whatever brush we need to paint the other side with in order to win, we gotta do what we gotta do. I think that's happening right now. I don't know. Obviously, that's why I love a good, fair person. I think there's a few people I think that do a good job at, even when there's blood in the water, they keep a level head. I know I listen to a lot of Asmund, and I think Asmund does that pretty well. Obviously, he has a side, but like, I don't think he's completely unfair. He's defended people that he really hated, and I think that's pretty good, pretty telling, and I like that. So, not to say you have to be.
I like that too.
Not to say you have to defend them every time, but just only when it's fair, and not every characterization is a fair one, even if it agrees with you. So.
I think what I dislike on the internet is how people try to discredit each other, like, adamantly, without backing it up or just chalking it up to he's an idiot or something like that. It's like, okay, bro, as soon as we start name calling, I'm tuning out. I'm done.
Well, you saw how quickly I was opposed to the claim that the guy had murder in his heart, right? Like, I don't, like, I'm very hesitant. Even if someone I really don't like, I'm just very much like, okay, let's keep it.
And I'm glad that you said that, because I need that perspective too. I can't just take everything that's said to heart just because it's somebody I like, you know?
Right. Yeah. Well, and not everyone's gonna like. It's okay if they mess up sometimes. I think sometimes, like, I've not always agreed. And you shouldn't always agree with the people you like, even if they tend to have good opinions. So, like, my favorites, I really like Turkey Tom. I'm sure I've mentioned him a couple times. I mentioned him regarding the Chud guy, whatever his name is, Chud, whatever his name is. Chad, what's his name? I don't know.
No, you got it right. It's Chud.
Chud. He did full on. So I like it. I just like, he does a good job at, like, I think he's got a good balance, and I always feel like he does a lot of homework. He did a phenomenal video on the guy who murdered Kirk and the full perspective on that. You just really feel like he's just. Oh yeah, it was a really good video. It was like.
Maybe I should watch that one.
That was a good one.
Curious.
Oh, it's very good. It's very good. Like, you can tell he has like a.
Chat.
Nani?
Sorry, real quick, for the people in chat who are just hearing the conversation now, we were talking about some stuff.
There ain't no one here.
I think there is. There's two people in here, aside from me. Or there's one other person aside from me.
It could be me, Or not. Man, I need a napkin. A napkin here. No, I got a pen. Terrible news, there's not. There's candy though in this tissue box. I digress. I hope that the frenzy calms down. I think in the end, based on, and again, I've read a couple books from the other side. And I read a book called Beach Music. It was about like family and growing up in the South, and they had a lot of jabs it took at, like, conservatives and stuff like that. But well, it was fine. It was very telling, because I do think there is a very, and not a wrong, it's a reasonable but maybe misplaced fear of of America becoming Germany, right? And I think a good way to see that that's something people are scared of is like, what I refuse to watch The Boys But I feel like The Boys is just what a progressive thinks is going on the right. I really do. It's very insulting too. But there's this, like, it has the whole, like, Nazi conspiracy, and everyone in there is a Nazi, and it's all, like, racism and bloodlines, and it's very obviously that they think that's what's going on right now. And I think that's very telling, because, and maybe it is happening, but I can only speak from the commentators I listen to and the people in my life, and I promise, that ain't, at least in my circle, that is not what's going on. Like, I don't know where you're getting that from, but maybe it is. Maybe there's some secret conspiracy to bring back some kind of a horror of the...
I mean, with the way that some people idolize some very unsavory people, I wouldn't be surprised. Unfortunately, German in particular, not gonna say which one, German in particular has always been a lingering aesthetic, an
I don't know. What am I afraid of?
I'm gonna say I understand people's fears, but I was gonna ask you, what do you think is the best way to tackle those fears? Like, how do we assure them, you know?
That's a good question.
That's what I've been wondering for the longest time.
Like, how do you convince them of something that... Oh, Steve's here. Oh, hey, Noah.
Oh.
Noah would be a great addition to this conversation. Sorry, I missed
more viewpoints. You. Like I said, I think it's sad that, you know, as we get older, we have to preface every conversation with, I'm not relatively educated, I'm just throwing stuff out there.
Yeah, I did that recently, and I got...
my best.
Remember I told you I was talking to some kind of pretty dang conservative guys the other day, and I did that kind of thing, like, well, now listen, I only know what I've been heard, and they're told, and they're like, just say it. Like, they were like, stop prerequisiting everything with a warning, right? With a, like, you know what's funny? You know what's really funny?
What?
So I told you I was speaking with some what seemed to me obvious left-leaning folks the other day, and the reason I guessed it to some extent, whether or not it's true, I feel bad because I kind of am assuming, but I'm just presuming. But so there was two girls that I was talking to, and you know we were talking about the homeless and drug usage, and they came in at different times, which was funny. So one of them I was talking to one-on-one. Well, it was a group, but it was just her. Oh, that was talking. And she was going to give her opinion about what to do about the drug addicted people on the streets. And she started by saying, now, I took a course, or I have a degree in psychology, so I have a bit of authority to speak here, is what she started her sentence with. And then she proceeded to talk about the eugenics and all that stuff that was like, okay. And which is again, what I avoided bringing up, because for the most part, which could easily have gotten off the rails, is we could talk about abortion and why abortion was a thing. Yeah. But we're not going to go there, huh? Oh, you're really worried about eugenics, but heaven forbid we do anything about abortion. But now I'm really getting spicy. Okay, anyway, but as if that's a hot take. It is a hot take, but it shouldn't be. Anyway, and then the other girl came, and we moved on a little bit to a slightly different topic, but it was something along the lines as well, I think. I think we were talking about addiction to social media. And so she prefaced her statements with that she had a degree in psychology or psychiatry, something along those lines. So both of them started their statements with a claim of authority because of a class they took. And then they proceeded to say stuff that I didn't even think was that profound or interesting for that matter. But the idea that they were like, now I have an authority on this matter, therefore, like, and it was their education, right? And it very frustrates me because it's like, I know for a guarantee that whatever class they took, I already know what they were taught, and they probably weren't given a broad range of options. And
I'll be right back. Hold on, I gotta throw this out. 1 sec. I'm gonna go out my
in the middle of my soapbox. My goodness gracious. All right, put my audiobook back on.
One end, it forbids any other interpretation. Any other end, it repudiates, denies, affirms, confirms only in the sense of its own interpretation. And there, evermore a thoroughly elaborated system of interpretation. It subjects itself to no power. Rather does it believe in its own precedence over every power. It believes that nothing powerful exists in the world that has not first got to receive from it a meaning, a right to exist, a value, as being an instrument in its work, a way and means to its end, to one end. Where is the counterpart of this complete system?
Welcome back.
End and interpretation.
Sorry, I'm
Why is the counterpart
right
lacking?
Where
is the other one needed? But I am told it does not lack. That not only has it fought a long and fortunate fight with that ideal, but that further it has already won the mastery over that ideal in all essentials.
Because I'm a threat to him or something. Come on, boy. He wanted to come in, and now he doesn't want to come in because I keep going in and out.
He doesn't trust you, huh?
They don't. They're partially feral, you know, because they're wild kitties. They come into the house, but the moment you, I guess, get in their way or, God forbid, come too close when they're outside, they're like, ugh, I don't know you like that.
Once again, how do you make them trust you? You know what I mean?
You just let them. You just let them do their thing. Now here he comes to the door again.
Oh, now you're sounding like a progressive right there.
There you are. Well, he came in when I opened the door for him. You're just, I guess a better answer would be you're just patient with them.
Well, there you go. There you go. Maybe that's the answer to everything. Be patient. I am so happy.
With us. I don't see why we can't be patient with them.
It's 9:30. I've hardly gotten one page done. What's my day? What has happened? What even? Okay, in my defense, it's a 9-panel page, but it's not complicated. It's a little complicated. You got guns and.
I think what I'm really glad about is, like you said, with the fact that when it comes to the left side, the contempt that they feel for us isn't matched. I like that. I'm glad that most of us don't feel that way because I don't feel that way. I mean, I'm worried about these people. I am. I want them to be happy, but their happiness comes at a cost, a heavy one.
And I don't even think it makes them very happy.
Yeah, that's the funny part. That's the part that's left unsaid.
I feel like I don't know what the answer is. I don't think it makes anyone happy. I don't think it makes the world better. Maybe it does. I don't know. I just don't see it. Yeah, and you have to ask yourself, where do you see things improving, right? Like where? So I see education is improving in Mississippi. I'd love someone to do a deep dive on why that's happening. I want education to improve. I think there are reasons why it's not, and I would do a lot of things myself to fix that, but if I could. But I think education needs to be completely fixed. I think our education system right now, from what I understand, is completely stupid. Not completely stupid. Just I don't think there's a broad perspective on how to live and how to be and what this is all about. Like the idea, like for example, I feel like I'm one of the only people in the world right now who's like excited about the 4th of July. Like I'm very patriotic, and I'm thinking to myself like, this seems like I'm the weird one out. And I feel like that sucks for people. Like, aren't we trying to build something here? Like, aren't we all on the same? Again, like we're all on the same team, but I guess not. And so I guess what are you striving for? The improvement of your country, your family, your buddies around you, and what does that look like? You know, like how
self-interest. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like, okay, like everyone's got to look out for everyone else except for anyone that's your team, apparently. And if you're excited about your team, you're a weirdo. It's like, well,
I kind of wish that one thing I wish that would stop is people trying to proclaim that the other is being conspiratory in terms of trying to self-sabotage you. That's what I really don't like, is the fact that the left will be like, they're trying to do propaganda by encouraging family values. It's like, okay, bro.
Yeah, it is like, well, I think they think it's like enforcing the patriarchy, and there is here's a valid point. Truth is, there is power to be had in the what do you call it, the nuclear family, right? First of all, everyone knows that women that get married become more conservative. And people with kids become more conservative. So, you could argue that encouraging people to get married encourages an agenda to some extent. And if they have kids, now there are more conservatives. So, it's the slow process, but you could argue that encouraging that is somehow a political statement, because now a conservative would argue that that's going to improve society because families demand stability and safety, and when you have families that they expect that will care about their kids, they will invest in the future more than a single person. Speaking as a single person, but so therefore, I don't think it's just a neutral statement to encourage people to get married. There's also the idea of the patriarchy, that women, lose their autonomy and, all that jazz. I hope things change, though, because I don't think our nation's going to survive if we don't encourage some healthy family growth, and people to get married, and for guys and gals to get along. I don't like this fear-mongering, this normalization of, like, demonizing the other. And unfortunately, again, I feel like it fulfills the prophecy. Like, you make a guy feel like you hate him, and he's going to get resentful. And obviously, you could argue that for any group, and you could argue that that's what they're saying, is if you point out a problem in any group, they're going to get worse because you're pointing it out. But if they believe their own stuff, they wouldn't argue that stuff about men. That's my take. If you think that criticizing behavior makes people worse, then you would stop criticizing any behavior. But you're very selective about what you think. And part of me wonders if that's them just being either sexist or racist because they think guys, or pardon me, but white people can handle it. Do they think that that's the only group that can take correction? Right? It's a little concerning that you think
that's a particularly spicy take.
What do they think?
I mean, for most.
I obviously don't think so, but I'm saying it's an interesting thing that they think that that's the only group that can be corrected.
Trust me, it's not fun being the odd man out at the POC table.
What do you mean?
I was gonna say because I'm technically half Hispanic, but I don't look like that.
Wow.
So,
well, that's too bad for you. Just kidding.
I'm not mad about it. I don't have any qualms about.
I was kidding.
Being pale skinned, yeah. But I'm just saying that for most people, and it's only happened one instance of somebody being racist over online, which was a crazy thing to experience, mind you.
Racist against Hispanics or against white people?
Oh, against white people.
Oh,
I basically got told if you're white, your opinion doesn't matter, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's not unusual. I've had.
Like, what the heck are we talking? And the dumb part was we weren't even talking about anything productive, mind you. Nothing world changing. So I'm like, huh?
It's so lame. I look forward to that being done. It's so lame.
Man,
it's crazy they get away with that kind of behavior. They being people
too, dude. I don't get it.
Like, it's this weird. Like that. It was that past of like, power is the only thing that matters, and therefore, if you do something wrong to a person that's a part of a protected or powerful group, it doesn't count, because the only way you can do the certain bad things is if you're a part of the weaker group.
And AKA, I would argue that the true progressive would embrace forgiveness and continue on, but that would just be me.
No, what are you talking about? That is the craziest thing I ever did here. Embrace forgiveness. That is literally the opposite. Like, the whole movement is built around resentment and punishment for sins of the past and present, but the present is like a very vague. The sins of the present are kind of broad, and like you can't actually directly point at it. It just is what it is, and you have to face the consequences, whether you know what they are.
Yeah, you have to be content that your ancestor was a piece of crap, and you are too.
And here's what's really frustrating. Here's the sad thing. This is why you can't be. This is why I want to keep studying and being more informed. Because you have to if they're the only ones who did their homework, they get to say what it was. They get to say what the truth is, and they may be right about what they're saying, but maybe they're leaving something out, and you won't know unless you do your dang homework, which is very frustrating. Because if someone says, "Hey, Tiffany, like your ancestors did this, that, and the other," like, and I don't know if I didn't look into it, I just have to believe everything they said, and like. Or you're going to say denial, and you could be wrong about denial. So there's no point in saying it didn't happen just because you don't believe it. if you don't have anything to back up your claims. So anyway, I digress. Which is another thing with my own story. I want my story to feel like I did my homework. I don't want anyone to come to me saying like, now again, there's more. Unfortunately, there's a lot more I could be doing, and that's frustrating because I feel like I would like to be as more informed than most any reader, right? To where any claim of ignorance would be faced with, well, I did my homework, right? And any ignorance would be not on the part of willful ignorance, but I just didn't happen to know.
Unintentional. Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like I was willfully hiding or ignoring anything. Now you could argue, well, actually, I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah. In fact, a part of that is something I'm changing, with regards to John. One thing I have not done, which I decided to change, which is a big change, because it's kind of bold, but it's not, well, I've up to this point not drawn attention to his skin tone, and I feel like that's also disingenuous, because it's not like back then it was just everyone was colorblind, right? So I'm changing that too, and that's disingenuous too. So I'm changing that a little bit as well.
We're bringing back racism, boys.
No, it's not like I'm going too hard. I'm not going crazy, but I do want. I feel like I'm. There's like, oh, everyone just didn't notice back then. You know?
I'm just playing with y'all. I think that's funny, but yeah, I know what you mean.
But I don't think I did it in a way that's like over the top. I don't want to make a big dramatic. I think people, if you ever read old like books, it's not that big a deal either. Like, people weren't like loaded with hatred. It was just like casual disregard or casual frowning upon. Right now, so obviously there was some pretty nasty stuff that did go down, and that has its own little story, its own bit of history that I would like to be more informed on. But it wasn't like I feel like I don't think yeah, I didn't do more homework on it, but whatever. First, I have to get through my 37 other books I'm currently reading, like The Genealogy of Morals. Yay!
Ever more a thoroughly elaborated system of interpretation.
Sorry,
I'm like wondering how many people will actually watch the whole stream and hear us talking.
No way. I don't even know if anyone's here.
Just me and you, I guess.
Yep. Good times. I didn't see Noah popped in, but he popped in while I was gone, so I don't like my own post. I am going to click play, and we'll see what we think, if you're up for it.
Okay.
There is about 34 minutes left, so it's not far. We're almost done.
Okay.
Subjects itself to no power. Rather does it believe in its own precedence over every power. It believes that nothing powerful exists in the world that has not first got to receive from it a meaning, a right to exist, a value, as being an instrument in its work, a way and means to its end, to one end. Where is the counterpart of this complete system of will, end, and interpretation? Why is the counterpart lacking? Where is the other one aim? But I am told it is not lacking. That not only has it fought a long and fortunate fight with that ideal, but that further it has already won the mastery over that ideal in all essentials. But our whole modern science attests to this. That modern science which, like the genuine reality philosophy which it is, manifestly believes in itself alone, manifestly has the courage to be itself, the will to be itself, and has got on well enough without God, another world, and negative virtues. With all their noisy agitator babble, however, they affect nothing with me.
What I said a second
These trumpeters
ago
of reality are bad musicians. Their voices do not come from the deeps with
what-
sufficient audibility.
Oh, I clicked pause.
So-
What did you quote?
I quoted we're bringing back racism, boys.
No! Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, I feel like it would be
the one who also brought that up previously about John was the fact that I was surprised that they were so casual about John being there.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to be paint inherently cartoonishly kumbaya world either. Like, right now, I don't think I'm of the hot take that I don't think, especially now, I would wonder if anyone in this group, aside from maybe there might be a few. Here's my take. I think there was complicated people. I think that I'd argue that people like the Quakers and particular Protestant groups, not all of them, but several, were way better on this note. Like, they were the big fighters for ending the whole slavery thing, and I think there was some really, really good folks back back then, John Adams, for example, never held slaves. There was a stance against it, and I don't think there was inherently a unified hostility, but there obviously was a number, and you could argue, like everything else, there wasn't, there was power plays being made, that one could easily see that why. Now, it was dumb, by the way. I've been reading Democracy in America, and he was talking about how by the time, like, well, whatever the case, I was going off. Anyway, I digress. So I don't want to portray it as if, like, he's inherently treated. Well, we'll see. Anyway, it's not about him. More than anything, what I want to do with storytelling more than anything, which I think loses the plot, is I don't want John's thing to be his whole character trait being that he's black, right? I feel like that's so. I sure as heck wouldn't want, if I, as a woman, I sure as heck wouldn't want the entirety of a woman in a movie to be that she's a woman and that guys don't treat her right. I would hate that. I don't know how anyone puts up with it. I want a character. I want a person that, like,
I want a personality, please.
I want someone who has something going on. I want someone who cares about something, right? Like, they got their own, like, personal relationship with things, and maybe they deal with some problems that the society has, but, like, that can't be what the story's about. At least I wouldn't want that. And all I can do is just like with regards to, like, I guess with every topic that's complicated, I ask myself, what would I want, right? Like, and I when it comes to storytelling, like, I want a character that's a character and that isn't built around the flaws of the time period, even though that could be included, to be honest. But that shouldn't be what their whole arc is about or anything like that.
Right.
Though I do support, like, historical accuracy and trying, but I almost didn't do that. A part of it was like, it'd be nice to just have a character that's like that. But to be completely honest, truth is, he wouldn't be there. There really wasn't any, apparently. I was looking into it. There weren't really any black folks that headed that far west and north at all. There was definitely some.
Not in that time frame.
At least not in the pioneer days. Eventually, yes, there were cowboys, and they participated in a lot of the Western expansion and adventures and all that. But during, like, this time period, no. So this is quite an unusual turn of events. So I gotta account for that too, to some extent, even though I've already made peace with it. Anyway.
I don't want you to feel like you can't do that.
Well, it is a ridiculously phantasmical world, and the fact that Ruth and Austin were just stagecoaching it up there is ridiculous.
Oh, because was that not a thing at that time?
Oh, heck no. Heck no. I'm completely wrong in that regard. It would have been the Bozeman Trail, and the Bozeman Trail was no casual carriage ride through, let's just say.
I gotcha.
They're not the mouthpiece.
That kind of makes it funny, but, like, how did they walk? Like, what did they do?
Yeah, I mean, they took you had your pioneers, your mountain men. They walked. They took horses, but there wasn't, like.
Oh, that would have been insane. That would be an insane rewrite too. Instead of a carriage, it's just Austin and Ruth tumbling down the side of a mountain.
Yeah, but they definitely wouldn't go by themselves. That would be insane.
Oh, they could. There's so much potential there, TG. I'm sorry.
No, they wouldn't. Well, maybe. I'm trying to think of if a woman like Ruth would even be up there. I like, again, this is like, I've been reading, like, Jim Bridger and John Coulter.
I don't think entirely uncommon, but that's just me.
That women went up there? Not
they had to go with their husbands, right? And
yes, but again, my time frame, like, yes, you're right with, like, the settlers, the expansionists, right? But well, gosh, like, yes, women did come with, and by the way, like, they always were traveling with It's crazy how much of the entire group would travel in all regards. Same thing with the American Indians. There was they would have the entire freaking village traveling with them for doing raids and stuff. It was a crazy time.
Yeah, they had to, man. Wild animals, other people, gotta travel together.
Yeah, it was interesting.
I just think it'd be kind of interesting to see that, in the sense of, because if they were not in a carriage and they were walking the trail with a group of people, I can't even imagine what that would look like in the sense of, could you imagine having multiple Sunka tear through a group of people? Like, you'd have 4 people dead instantly, and then Ruth and Austin are like, what the heck, because they tumbled down the mountain, right? It's just like, oh my gosh.
Again, like, I guess, yeah, well, that's a good point. But that would be a Sunka attack. It wouldn't be a random, I don't know.
Well, I mean, in all intents and purposes, I think it became a Sunka attack the moment that blood brood threatened to kill Austin and Ruth for the weapons. So, I can kind of see them, at least in the way that they would be attacking other people if they came across them, to basically drive Emmett off, in the sense of they're creating a distraction, you know?
Yeah.
But all the more, you just see Emmett tearing, like, he's also tearing cheeks, trying to get through this crowd of people, and he's not even registering that other people are getting in the way until he, like, smells the blood in the air, and then he's just like, oh my gosh!
Yeah, whoopsie daisy. I hate when that happens.
Yeah, when you're trying to sorry, spoilers for anybody who may be when you're trying to track down your fiance's murderer and you end up getting a bunch of other people killed.
That'll happen. What I would like to do, what I really would like to do, just like I did with Scent, I'd love to make a prologue, or at least an offshoot mini comic that's just a spooker, just like a Junji Ito full scary, that it does involve, like, maybe I love the idea of being stalked. I've always felt like a group of people being stalked as, like, that's where it's at. If you ever read, like, I remember reading some books like The Last Pioneers or Last of the Mountain Men and stuff like that, they did get stalked by wolves, and it was, like, really spooky because, like, you had to keep on guard, and those things were just kind of waiting for you to not pay attention.
So tell me, do wolves, do their eyes gleam that way? Like, when you shine a light on them, do wolves' eyes gleam? But I imagine the Sunkas doesn't, right? Because they're human too.
Well, yeah, their eyes are bright yellow. Their eyes glow.
Oh yeah, okay, that's scarier than in itself there, without the little animalistic glimmer.
Yeah, I would like to once again. Yeah, I want to lean into the spooks. This, and now I gotta ask myself, like, really, what am I doing? And again, and what am I asking? Because here's the thing, Kit. Yeah. Like, for example, here I am studying Nietzsche. I'm trying to write Cain as a character that's very much the weak or the problem, and, you know, it's your responsibility to be strong, not to be. But ironically, he's a very hateful character, and but he's not really hateful because he's weak. He doesn't see himself as weak. So then the question also is,
because everybody has the audacity to exist in his presence, bro.
Yeah, like, now again, if we're going for a Nietzsche-like character, he has a lot of hatred for weak people that leech off of the greatness of others. He would hate Takalo, for example, because Takalo is leech.
I mean, that's already adamant with the fact that he shot my boy in the wrist.
Yes.
That was also because he was daring to try and kill Barnabas, and he came in and said,
Yeah. So I want Cain to be like a fully realized character, and I want the situations to happen in the spinoff to reflect that realization. And I don't want it to be this random stuff.
You're gonna trigger me. You mentioned Takalo, and I'm gonna start yapping about him.
Oh no. I gotta be completely honest about Takalo. I have a little bit of wishing that I'd had more time to. I just hadn't.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I kind of wish I wish I'd been a bit more clear about what I was doing with him, because I feel like I hate to say it, but I feel like my ideas with him developed after I'd already kind of written them, and it's too late kind of to add stuff that wasn't there.
I was yapping in your ear, and you saw me, and you're like, no, don't make this more than it has to be. And I did.
Well, here we are. It's too late. Oh, well, it's too late. I can't do it. I can't do this stuff. But that warning,
I deserve a one shot. No,
that warning is like, what am I doing here? The warning is with regards to Cain, I wouldn't have really like done the work. And I can't tell you all the stuff I want to do with Cain and what the scenario is, though obviously I would like I really want this to be like really good. But I can't get lost in like I don't want to be pretentious. I don't want to be like, I want everyone to be able to easily follow and get emotionally into it. And I also like to really reflect. Again, as I mentioned before, whenever Scent ends, I love to have like a long like fireside chat about the plot, what people liked, what they didn't like, what was a waste of time, what wasn't. You know, get a good review, a really honest take on how it all went.
I gotta start making my notes for that fireside chat.
And we could do one for Brood Day coming up. I wouldn't mind even an early, even though I don't want to get too. One thing I don't want to do is make a piece of media that adjusts to the audience. So I don't believe in that. So whatever y'all want, I'm not necessarily going to humor just because maybe, but I do think it's like a healthy balance. It's a healthy balance.
I promise you, I'm not trying, when I talk about Takalo, I'm not trying to undermine your vision or change his fate. I just want you to chew on it and think about what else you can do in this moment, because like I said, I know he's gonna die. You remain quiet as I talk about him dying, so you're kind of giving me mixed signals. But regardless of what happens, I want you to feel satisfied in knowing that you did everything you could do at the time, because whatever happens, whether he lives or he dies, I just want to be able to give you that time to like chew on.
We'll do as good of a job as I can. Like, but again, you don't want to so I'll give since we're doing hot takes tonight, I'm gonna add another one. I don't know if Horikoshi intended for Bakugo to have an apology scene with Deku. And I think a lot of people thought that needed to happen for his character to have a full arc. And maybe it did, but it didn't fit where it was at, and I didn't really feel like it was necessary.
Oh, I got you. Oh, you mean like when they were training, right? And
no.
They had that fight?
No, way near the end, Deku goes off and he's like, oh, I can't stick around because everyone's gonna get killed because of me. And the Bakugo's like, hey, sorry about bullying you. And you're like, why does that have to do with anything? Like, why did you apologize?
I got you.
I mean, I get that, I think a lot of the audience wanted an apology. I don't know if Horikoshi heard that from his editors or what, but I thought it was squeezed in to, like, satisfy what I guess a lot of the audience wanted, which was an efficient amount of comeuppance for his bad behavior, but I didn't like it.
I was gonna say, if anything, I felt like Bakugo made up for that with his actions. I think that spoke more than a verbal apology could ever do, because you can say you're sorry, but does that really mean anything if you're, not that he didn't change, he definitely did, and I'm really happy that the both of them kind of came to this, like, meeting in the middle, because Midoriya could have given Bakugo a lot of more mess for the tripe he had to put up with Bakugo, because I think some people kind of downplay what he went through, but Bakugo straight up said, end yourself, and that was crazy enough at the time when all of us were getting through that section of the story. But I think that, because I still haven't seen the ending of My Hero Academia, so not that you're spoiling anything for me. I don't mind talking about it. I know some things happen and I'm still sad about it, but that's regarding Tomura Shigaraki. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm fully aware that he died and I'm still messed up about it. I just haven't seen it yet. But I'm just saying that when it comes to Midoriya and Bakugo, like I said, I think he didn't. There was never gonna be a right time for an apology like that.
No, I think there could have. I think there could have.
When you're going through all that, almost dying multiple times, getting kidnapped, etc., like that, the whole personal beef kind of takes a segue out in terms of like, we're trauma bonded now.
Dude, listen. Listen. I think there could have been time. I just don't think that I felt like it came out like it felt like it had to be squeezed in. I think Horikoshi was rushed. I think also that
what felt that had to be squeezed in? Freaking Stars and Stripes. Sorry, I'm
so
mad about that.
What a waste of time! Like, what a waste of freaking time!
Dumb arc, bro. Get that mess out of here.
By the way, the lady who voiced Stars and Stripes got a commission for me at one of the cons. So.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that I did not feel as emotional about Stars and Stripes as I think they were trying to play it. It felt really rushed and forced, and I did not like it.
Like, as an American, I appreciate a little bit of representation, but I don't think that added anything. And I think I listen. To be fair, Horikoshi always does an excellent job, I think, with quickly making a character have merit. I think that's one of his greatest gifts. Is like how quickly he made me like a crazy Mirio fan. That was like 2 chapters he did that. He's a wizard. He's a great writer, and I think Stars and Stripe also was great. But I think the problem was, even though he did a good job making her likable, by the time we got there was just like, really? Like, we're gonna go talk about some other character? I felt the same way about, like, yeah. Anyway, I will say, so I think with regards to Bakugo, I think that there could have easily been an arc or time where an apology would have fit. I think, but you have to earn that. And it didn't fit where he put it. And it made it feel like, he was like, oopsies, the fans, before we wrap this up, the fans need an apology. So let me squeeze it in and make it the finale of a completely different arc. I feel like he tied in together things.
Fans also wanted Midoriya and Izuku to be dating, but that didn't happen. I think
he showed so much restraint.
This is not to be mean to y'all, but the disappointment surrounding that has been particularly entertaining, but also slightly disappointing that y'all had to get that mad. Anyway.
Yeah, well, that's like the Baku Deku community has been carrying the entire fandom for the past like 5 years. I feel like.
I completely ignored them, bro.
Well, as in like they're the only ones doing like fan art and stuff. I feel like they're the loyal ones. That's one of my great fears, is that my series will become so kind of dry that all people have left to get excited about are the shipping. Now I wouldn't mind some more shipping.
Never. I grab you. Never assume that's gonna happen. Not in 100 years, bro.
Though I wouldn't mind some more Emmett and Ruth ships.
I need my relationship tension. I'm not just here for Ruth and Emmett. I want to see everybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind successfully conveying enthusiasm for Emmett and Ruth, though I've kind of been distracted a bit.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm looking at Ohanzi right now. I'm looking at Ohanzi, Onawa, and Takala. That's my focus right now.
Interesting.
That's everybody else. I'm also looking at hey, I was already open about the fact that I may hate Onawa and Hanzi, but I still look to them to see how they're gonna pull out of this situation, because what she decides now is gonna affect a lot of people. Her kids, the Mercy settlers, the people who are currently already fighting. I think it's dumb that they already started without her. The fact that they're already going in and people have already died, I think that's really lame of them. Y'all should have waited for her. Anyway.
Well, the sun was rising, time was going short, you know. Time
was short, brother. You're not gonna die any quicker than you were if you're gonna die in the first place. Like, settle down.
And more importantly, in the original script, they don't go without her. So, but I needed stuff to happen, and I don't want to take 10 years, and I also didn't want the side characters that I've been building to just hang around. So,
and that's absolutely fair. For me personally, with all of them, like I said, Sunka, they don't know how to savor their last morning alive. You feel me?
Oof.
They're like, we're going. Okay, we're riding.
We ride. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, we ride.
Well. We'll see what happens, but yeah, I mean, a lot of these characters, I think I'm glad to see that people like are at least interested in like Onawa and what she's gonna be doing. And because she was originally she wasn't in
lately?
Huh?
Have you looked into the character discussion
lately? No. Listen, I've been running around.
Then I will take. Well, you just gotta tell me and I'll read it to you.
Read it to me.
I'm gonna read it to
I
you
love
in a
it.
second.
Read it to me.
Yeah, I will. But you continue with your thought first, and I'll read once you're done.
Just that her and Mishak, the whole stuff was done way later. I was willing and accepting the fact that I would change a few things near the end of the series, and like Tiller was really an original kind of thing. Clyde is an original thing. But I knew I needed more. Like when I originally wrote the script, I knew that the characters weren't going to be like that fleshed out, because I was just trying to nail it all down. And I knew by the time I got to the villagers, I could flesh it out later. So, but a lot of my like favorite stuff, like was literally just like very later, was not originally planned, and hopefully it will be successful. My favorite part, I think, is I think Tiller is my favorite. But I'm excited about everything. So Tiller's my guy. I like that he's funny. I think that's why. I think I was happy with myself for having adding a little bit of not taking this everything so seriously. We'll see how it goes.
Personally, for me, TG, with the way you've written Scent, I've been trying to, even as I write for fun, I try to think of what's the intention when I write, and that takes a lot of energy, which, frankly, I'm burnt out. I'm gonna be full honest with you. I'm burnt out, but I'm still trying to move past it because I do want to write what I want to write, and what I want to write is chiffon and Takalo, unashamedly. But other than that, I am excited that you, like you said, you were already anticipating changes to be had, but I'm glad that you are flexible enough to allow yourself that, because we obviously really adore everybody, and it's so ironic that I gave Clyde a lot of muck before, but you know, I'm more sympathetic, and he hasn't even done anything yet. He hasn't really shown me anything yet, but I'm sympathetic, but I think it's because of his girls. I don't want their girls to be deprived of their father. You feel me?
Well, and again,
I think he had some right to express his opinion about Sunka in particular, because, you know, for everything, he might have given Emmett some guff, but I mean, it's the fact that he ended up being proven right. Ooh, Emmett, egg on their face, egg on everybody's face, because you proved Clyde right, and you don't want to do that to somebody who already doesn't like you.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I want, like, again, originally everyone in the town was like just great, and that they weren't like that, and I just feel like, first of all, you need it to feel like that the default isn't to do the honorable thing or to do the brave thing. I think the idea that everyone is willing to sacrifice themselves, it loses its punch, and you need someone to voice the fear, and rightful fear, that, like, this could lead to the deaths of our family for someone we don't know. And I think if you don't draw attention to it, the weight isn't there. I think I would like more of that in media, where it's like, doing the right thing, or doing a brave thing, or a selfless thing isn't what everyone naturally does. I think we live in the world where everyone just assumes that just comes by default, but I don't think it does. And I think you see that a lot of times if you ever watch any footage of bad things happening, and you see people don't always stand up for that. People aren't brave, and they don't always do the right thing. And there's this idea that, like, what's worse, though, is if you do, like, a main character that's, like, the only one that has any sense of morality and everyone else is ridiculously evil. I hate that more than anything, actually. There's nothing worse than a world where the main character is, like, neutral and everyone else is just stupid. I hate that more than anything. What a pretentious and aloof way to write a story. I don't know if you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Could you say it one more time? I'm sorry. I was typing to Maka.
No, go ahead. There's nothing I hate more than a story where the main character, aka, like, the self-insert, is, like, the only one that's smart, and everyone else is either stupid or dumb. Right. Stupid or evil. If anything, it's so annoying.
If anything, you gotta have a balance of power in that aspect. I don't want to feel like he knows everything. This is why most people hate isekai animes, because the isekai anime is given, like, I'm overpowered and everybody's treated as dumb or incapable or helpless. I don't like that. I need my side peeps to get in on the action, bro. They don't have to be as, you know, powerful, but, like, come on now.
And listen, I do believe that there are some natural, like, some people are more consistently smart and make the right calls more than others, and some people are selfish, but, like, it doesn't mean, like, every single time the same people are always 100% the right in everything. And there is some nuance. Like, again, the fact that Clyde has his family to look out for is not inherently evil, that he's not 100% on board with the game plan. I didn't want him to be. I mean, I didn't want
to think about his littlest girl, his baby girl.
Yeah, and I've been wanting to do, like, a piece of art with Clyde and his family, because I feel like there's not a lot of time to see that, like, he's got a family, man. He's not, like, a good dude. He's not honorable. Like, he's not inherently good because of that. But I did want it to be, like, life's complicated, and not everyone wants to be the martyr that you think they ought to be. Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Emmett might be happy to throw himself on that pike, but Clyde said, forget that noise.
Exactly.
He said, if I can't live to see my children, well, then you best be doing something about it.
Exactly.
I do feel bad because, you know, ironically, Clyde has that trait that I absolutely abhor, which is complaining in a bad situation. Talking crap about Emmett. when they're already in the midst of fighting for their life. And I know for sure Israel's like, I don't want to really hear that mess right now. I'm trying to focus.
Yeah, but I also wanted to be like, the fact that Emmett is gone, I feel like needs to be some attention drawn to it. Like, really, after all this, Emmett's not even going to be here.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, that's messed up. And I can't believe you've done this.
Yeah, I thought it deserved some.
They were fighting for you, and you let them down.
Yeah, well, yep. He was the source of the problem, and he screwed up.
Like I said, I can't blame him for what he chose to do because human nature, but I can still be mad about it.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see how things roll out.
Also, I'm going to start reading...
Woohoo!
What happened to the rice? Hold on.
I didn't do it. I was talking to some folks yesterday, and they're part Taiwanese, I think, and they were talking about, I didn't know that, and that he was talking about it like, he was like, half of my family's like rice, and I was like, what do you mean? I was like, what do you mean rice? Like, you described themselves as rice? What do you? Anyway, I digress. So that was interesting.
Huh? No, I don't understand. What do you mean by half rice?
As in, like, that's the rice being Asian.
Oh, what? Ironically, when I heard rice, I thought white, but
no, what? That's hilarious. Yeah. So
I think of white rice.
I'm not caught up on all the new ways people talk about themselves and all that. So.
I mean, I'm not gonna drop a Mexican slur right now because.
Way to be above it. Way to be above it.
I mean, there's a word that I call myself that I know most people will be like, you can't use that term, but I'm like, yes, I can. I am that thing. Anyway.
You're like that chud dude.
I just think it's funny. But other than that, gosh, what about Clyde? We got sidetracked.
I think I was done talking about Clyde.
We haven't seen Clyde's. Oh, what I wanted to say was I want to see what Clyde's wife had to say about everything.
I'm sure she agreed with him. Whatever he says,
she's got to defend her husband too.
Yeah, she'd be on his side. I think she wouldn't be one to be like, no. I also did want Clyde to be a bit of a difficult man, and also to be a little bit self-serving. I wasn't necessarily making him completely sympathetic or right, or honorable. But I just wanted him to be a character that might not even, just because someone is dishonorable doesn't mean they're wrong, or that they're inherently unuseful. Like, he's still helpful. Like, maybe he was annoying, but he shows up when we're still on the same team. That goes back to my we still be on the same team.
Like I said,
Blackberries and
he's complaining in the middle of a battle, and Israel's like, I want to hear that noise right now. Time to focus.
Can you check that out, please? Almost done with this freaking page. Holy crap. Everyone's got a powder on them.
It's so funny how we end up loving all the parents of our main cast. Like, Comfort's dad.
I know, I wish I had more time.
Dad is funny.
I'm glad to hear it. I wish I had more time to like show the families and that, but it gave it time. I'm not saying I should have done more time. I think I did the right amount, but it is what it is. That's not right. All right, here we go. 10 years later, how long? I've been on this page for 7 hours. I left for like an hour though, but still, it's a freaking long time. Dadgum, sheesh. And oh my gosh, it's been too long. I've lost my JoJo.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna start reading the character discussion.
Oh boy, I'm excited.
That was me closing my stream. Hold on. Okay. So we're gonna have a little bit of variation here because it's not just me talking.
Oh boy.
So just to start off on a funny note, it was Lily Cree, one of our newer members.
I gotta go welcome the new members. I've been bad.
She wrote, "No, Austin, no, Tiffany, how could you?"
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she said, "My kokoro, the prologue had me Team Austin."
My
And Tito's like, "It had us all."
Oh, I love it.
And then Shortline followed up with standard reaction to Tiffany, how could you? And then Ben followed up with, "Yeah, I think we should all get Tiff." And I said, "Get her."
Get her. That's cute. That's cute.
So after that, on the 31st of May, Twin Shortline came in here with some thoughts about the latest chapter.
Oh no.
Especially Onawa, who I have been known to criticize, and to Kahlo, sending out the Sunka signal to Twin, aka me. Anawa's tragedy has been that she desperately wanted to live in a world in which she cannot exist. She wanted the acceptance of her Mastodon family, but to live without any of the stench, in quotation, of the Bloods. With this latest chapter, I feel like we've definitely reached some sort of closure on that front. Despite my criticisms of her actions, I do admit that it is nice to see her finally be accepted by her mother again. I don't think she will ever be able to cast away the quotations shame of being half-blood, but at least she's no longer, in quotations, fully broken anymore. Just half. The same moment also reflects upon Takalo's character. He jealously watches Onawa be reaccepted by her family, fully receiving that love and affirmation that he desperately craves. This occurs as he is taking Ohanzi to finish off Emmett once and for all, a plan which is, 1, is going perfectly from his perspective, and 2, is obsessively meant to garner that very same love and affection. Oh, affirmation, sorry, not affection, affirmation. Even if his latest scheme goes perfectly, which we know it won't, I think he deep down knows that feeling of never being truly accepted won't come. And that this chasing after Emmett thing is basically one big tragic cope. It's a shame, really. We've talked before about how Takalo is likely to die a messy, unglamorous death, one where no one else will be at all that bothered that he's gone. I can't imagine how it is to live like that. It must be pure torture. I do hope that at least he's given some sort of love before dies, though I'm not going to hold my breath. What I'm saying is that we need to transplant at Kitchen into Scent to give Takalo the love he needs and currently won't get. And then I said, let me read this real quick. And then Joe responded with, Takalo needs a hug from Kit's apparition before the end. And then Shortline said, someone should draw that. And then I responded with, trust me, Twin, I got it covered. But let me formulate my response. And then here's my response to the latest chapters. Spoilers for the latest chapters. So the thing about Takalo's character is that he is realistic, selfish, entirely driven by his own interest. His devotion towards his family is entirely based on his insecurity / lack of strength, but I do think he cares, genuinely cares. And my grief surrounding Onawa is that she's a character who is also realistic, faced with a genuine issue of morality, clashing with identity. Girl wants her cake and eat it too. That being said, I can't hate her entirely, but I can also flag the obvious favoritisms Ohanzi's actions speak. And yes, CG can say she isn't writing Ohanzi to be, in quotations, Mother of the Year, or the world's greatest stepmom, but there's genuinely something so tragic in seeing her fight so hard for her own blood. Jaheki is just another piece of that puzzle, the, in quotations, last remnant of her beloved, when Takalo's been here this whole time. And knowing at the end of the day, Ohanzi won't give him that closure and comfort when she's experienced being tossed out of her own brood. But, like, what more can I say? If we, the audience, aren't encouraged to feel sympathy for Takalo because he's a bad person, what makes Ohanzi the better person in this argument? And obviously, they're fictional characters, but such people exist, and I myself am trying to become a person who tries to extend the olive branch, with boundaries, to more people like Takalo. They aren't perfect, real trouble even, but aren't they owed the same closure we all get when something happens to us? Takalo is effectively an orphan and disowned by his only family, while Onawa gets to fall back on mommy when daddy doesn't want her. He'll do so much for her, risk his own life for his family, and he's gonna get hit with, who asked you to do all that, effectively. And if not, that will be even worse, because being ungrateful is one thing, but outright ignoring him will make me more hateful towards Ohanzi. He is her problem. Even if he isn't her blood, he still looks to her for approval, for acceptance. He wants it so much. Onawa is simply too young to see the situation beyond her own lens. I can't fault her for not having a, in quotations, adult, aka mature conversation with her, in quotations, brother. But regardless, her good intentions have yet to really shine through. She's not the GOAT. She hasn't done anything to really gain the audience's approval in terms of being different, in quotations, compared to Mosunka.
Hang on a second.
But I said, hold on, you said, you know who is, though? Dakota. He's been the only Sunka that's been worth his salt.
That's my boy! Hello? Ginger's fussing about somebody. I don't know if someone's here. Hello? One moment. Hold that thought. I was really enjoying that, but I don't want to miss. I want to see what the whole blue's about. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Was she fussing at you?
No, she just wanted her treat. I had fed her earlier.
Oh, I fed her with someone.
No, she was crying.
She was so hungry. Yeah, she didn't seem content though. You see our back hours?
I saw them.
Get those? Where would they come from? They're up top in the barrel above and a little bit down below. There's a lot of them. I didn't hear them. I hadn't used my shirt over there. Well, I wasn't exactly thinking about this until I got there. The ginger got it into the wall. Yeah, and dive in. They're very good, and they're valuable. I didn't get all of it all. I know. I want to get people out here. There's more to come. There's still a lot coming out there. So they'll be around. So I definitely want to fight some out. But I'm getting back to it. This has been a good day for getting to work. I can't believe it's so late. I can't believe it's so much fast. I barely have one page done. What's happening to me? Anyway, welcome back. Little hindsight. I'm back. Sorry about that. I was enjoying that a lot, and I just had to make sure that I was a little worried that my sister had arrived, and I don't want to miss my sister because she's not here.
Okay.
All right, go back. You go back and restate the last sentence or so. I was distracted.
I said that. Onawa is simply too young to see the situation beyond her own lens. I can't fault her for not having a, in quotations, adult, aka mature conversation with her, in quotations, brother. But regardless, her good intentions have yet to really shine through. She's not the GOAT. She hasn't done anything to really gain the audience approval in terms of being, in quotations, different compared to most Sunka. You know who is, though? Dakota. He's been the only Sunka that's been worth his salt outside of Emmett.
Yes. And again, I wanted all of the. I've talked about this before. I want any character that goes outside of their team to have some kind of a reason to do it aside from it's just the right thing to do. But also they have to be the type of character that is thoughtful and willing, of course. And Onawa's already kind of done that without it being like it's just the wrong. Like I said this before, but the reason Onawa, one of the main, really the main real reason you could argue that she sort of didn't want to do what the Bloodbird wanted. It was because she was a mastodon, and it was not like it was just her inherent moral values that changed her opinion. Though you could argue that, ironically, her mom wanted her to do the wrong thing to some extent, but it was still because that she was raised to not want to do that changed changed the way she was. And Takato is also a paint brood, so paint broods are already kind of chill and less dogmatic Sunka anyway, and he was spared by Emmett, so he had there was every character that has kind of been reasonable has had to be convinced to some extent, but convinced by good action, and that is an element I want to talk about. I want to emphasize kind of the merit of just the kind of merits of grace and mercy to some extent, in a context where there seems to have been consequences for that as well, so it's complicated, but both of them, and obviously Onawa was given kindness by Mishak, so there is clearly some place for kindness in this kind of world where it seems like that's not always rewarded, right? So anyway, life's complicated. But I do think it's, again, it goes back to Ruth's statement of like, don't never waste a chance to show mercy. So, but it depends on who it is, because some people will abuse that mercy, and some people will take it to heart, and it kind of depends on the person, and you gotta gamble a little when you do stuff like that, but you don't want to be stupid either. So, kind of like the wisest serpents and innocent as doves or something. Quote the Bible.
Also, Twin followed up what I said. There's a little more to this, so hold on.
Oh, yes, please.
Twin said, I will read in the morning since I really do need to get sleep. He said, although allow me one last thought. As I was typing my last point, the question of does Onawa's redemption feel deserved popped into my head. From an Onawa-centered perspective, my answer was no, as she hasn't really done much herself to bridge that divide. But then I thought to myself, if I look at it from Ohanzi's perspective, does it feel deserved? I think it does. Onawa doesn't really have a full story in her own right, but is simply a part of Ohanzi's larger story about trying to reconcile her shattered family and coming to grips with some of the questionable decisions she made. And then I responded with, someone finally said it. I went on to say that y'all got me venting to my mom about this. And then I went on a whole rant. This is on June 1st. I said, this is going to be more of a rant than any organized analysis by any stretch of the imagination. I just want to get my feelings out, as Twin set me absolutely on fire earlier. Did a whole recap of the current scenario to my mother. Spoilers for the latest chapters surrounding Ohanzi, Shiheke, Onawa, and Takalo. I pinched the bridge of my nose because there's so much there. So much I know won't get formally resolved simply because we can't keep extending the series. TG effectively about to stuff the emotional complexity of this scenario into some kind of conclusion.
Hey now, hey.
I have no idea how she's gonna pull it off, but the damn burrito is already ripping at the sides. This thing is about to be so heckin' messy.
I got it, yeah, well.
I said, but for now, for those in the know, I think I've made myself clear as to how I feel about Ohanzi. I acknowledge my own bias. However, I adamantly disagree with TG about how biased I am, simply because I do have hopes/expectations for her character. I want her to be everything she's supposed to be. Do I see her as she intended? Not as much as most can, but I am certainly trying. The in quotations argument, there really isn't one, surrounding Ohanzi's character are what are her positive traits. We have her looks, her size, and her motherly status. Again, I got some feedback, and there was not a mentioning of her intelligence. She is a better mom than she is a leader, yet she's not a very good stepmom. I digress. Ohanzi is a complex individual. Maka made a point to highlight she is prideful, a given, but also stubborn. That I needed to hear. Additionally, she has a really strong bond with Onawa. I called favoritism, but that's merely because Onawa is wrapped up in a complex scenario herself, effectively getting shamed, disowned, and nearly dying while struggling to survive. It's curious to know that her size may have played a factor in her survival negatively. Regardless, she's a lot like Ohanzi, passionate, prideful, stubborn. Mishak is well aware of the latter. I can't fault Ohanzi for being very taken by a child who looks and acts exactly like her. She's struggled, so she needed her mother's hand, and now is currently the smallest comfort in a very difficult situation. One less, in quotations, problem to worry about, essentially. I say problem in terms of emotional turmoil created by a situation that at first glance lacked a clear solution. This current situation is really highlighting how much Ohanzi really needed Otakte at her side. Do I expect her to be a perfect leader? No. Am I surprised she's committing the same mistake Otakte did by letting Takalo go with his own ideas? No. Fundamentally, she is lacking the support her husband gave her by him being someone on her level, at her mental/size. Two giants are better than one, if you catch my drift. I'm merely not surprised by the fact that is getting overwhelmed, especially by your own people, and those merely throwing their 2 cents into the soup. Freaking coins in the food. Again, he's thinking he's cooking, but he leaves his pot on the damn stove with the burner on. Takalo really is just quick acting acceleration accelerate to the solution, and Ohanzi is getting pushed to act faster when she knows to move. To act faster than she knows to move, and there's already Sunka dead by now. The two of them really haven't shown the consideration I expect when losing footmen. Who are the Sunka really meant? How are the Sunka really meant to recover their numbers if they're just throwing out people willy nilly? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. What factor has Takalo really added to this situation aside from a level of sheer animosity that wasn't there in Emmett before? He's baking a damn dynamite pie that's about to blow up in his face. And if it doesn't kill him immediately, he'll have the audacity to be surprised. My guy is literally insane, nutty with it in the worst freaking way. Let's break it down real quick. What Ohanzi is dealing with. Number 1, Shiheki, her previously thought to be deceased son, is in the unruly clutches of the Bloodbrood. Number 2, the second attempt on Emmett's life / Takalo acting out. Number 3, the battle between Sunka and Mercy settlers. The fighting was always second fiddle to Emmett's murder, but Shiheki just shot to the top in priorities. She almost outright abandoned the battlefield altogether. Do I blame her? No. Do I still want to savor a cup of her tears? A little. Admittedly, my resentment is starting to fizzle out. Until there's another development between her, Onawa, and Otakte, I shall hold steady. I don't really think Ohanzi deserves this twisted fate moment, but again, her motherly status shows a remnant of her previous offspring with Otakte is invaluable. To her lineage, her image, her heart, and mental, he looks exactly like Otakte. His eyes, his under-eye decals, I bet they even resemble in human form. Not that we got to fully see that. Honestly, seeing him so vulnerable is insane. She's scrambling to catch him like the stray spark of a needed fire, her last hope of grounding herself in a reality where she's clearly still reeling from the loss. I don't expect her to get over it. I wouldn't, but again, Otakte has always read to me like a man who knew what he was getting into. He knew the risk, and unfortunately Emmett just had to put him out of his misery.
Yeah, boy, that's my boy.
I said losing Shiheki must really feel like losing Otakte all over again, clearly with how hard she's reacting. I also have been vocal about how I don't want her to die. TG, you give me flack for putting her down, but I ain't wishing her death. Her babies need her. Onawa needs her more than ever at this moment. If she's gone, you best believe those babies are getting chopped or snatched up. Latest sketchathon spoilers. Shanrak already has the tools to put Chaska down, and that is frightening. It is to be more devastating than getting nuked by a cannonball? I don't know. It might be more merciful, but it's quick acting. I'll take instant death for 500, Paul. This is just something egregious on being. And then I said there's just something egregious on being congratulated over not being in quotations, the bad kind in a group of people. You can argue that's not the intention of the speech, but that's how it's unfortunate read. Blood's got their own set of values, and one of those happened to be family. Yet clearly Samoset isn't a tolerant father, and if he hasn't already, he'd disown her for playing nice with her food. While Onawa might be... Hold on. While Onawa... What did I think I meant to say might be, and then I just switched it. While Onawa might be... Will Onawa be met with more scrutiny than she already has? Most likely. Twin said he personally didn't feel her redemption in quotations was earned, and while I can get behind that, I also feel bad seeing as she's always feeling lesser than because she's half of a brutal faction. She will always be a blood on the outside. I really gotta ask TG again what was the intention in her character because I can't see it completely. I know it's meant to highlight a struggle of individual morality, as she doesn't share the same values as her father's side of the family, yet she can still be unequivocally empathetic where she should otherwise be empathetic. She cares more about her family at the cost of betraying someone she said she cares about. If it's not love, platonic or otherwise, what is she doing with Mishak? Maka said that this was the unfortunate truth of the situation. I grasp the scenario is complicated, but she literally said that if her mother wanted them dead, so be it. Like, I don't know how that doesn't immediately fracture the relationship. Those are fighting words. How could I depend on, much less trust someone who's gonna fold like a lawn chair in my worst moment? Mishak deserves better, and that's the hill I will die on. Regrettably, I just can't take Onawa seriously because initially she felt like she was different, but that was quickly cleared up by this situation. She's not different. She's a fence sitter, which is arguably the most negligent in a scenario of conflict, but she's also just a kid. That's not my dog. That's not my dog. No, sorry, it's a reference to a meme saying, that's my dog. That's not my dog. Holy shit. She doesn't care. She doesn't care in a way I can accept, so I reject it. If she changes her mind, I'll be watching her very closely, minding her with caution, but ultimately, how do you begin to forgive that level of indifference? Mishak is stronger than me, for sure, because the tantrum I would throw if someone dead-ass looked me in my face and chalked up my family's life to, that's rough, buddy. Do I feel bad for her? Yes. Does she deserve a punch to the face? Make it 2. One for Mishak and one for Takala. Being petty in their conversation wasn't entirely justified because she wasn't doing what she was supposed to be doing. He rightfully called her out for mingling with humans and got the "you're adopted" line. She's a kid, but that's some grown disrespect. I always wondered what her mark would be if completed, and I do hope she gets the chance, as well as her younger siblings get their marks. Can't recall if Washta has hers already. Moving on to something I gotta come clean about, I do inadvertently use characters like Takalo as a sort of litmus test to gauge people's level of empathy. I feel strongly that your reaction to different characters says something about you, given while the characters in real, such types of people are, and we inevitably run into them. Now, is it something I should take personally? No. Really, I try not to because it really isn't that serious. And just because a portion of the audience can't see or agree with what I'm intending with my argument about Takala does not make them emotionally immature or literary illiterate. Obviously. I know. Let me ramble. I mentioned this because, quite frankly, feeling as such is both immature and ironic, as if held to the same standard, I fall short with characters like Ohanzi, because not entirely malicious but complicated all the same. Different on the senses, but not of the scenario. TG says that disdain towards him is intended, and I'm the surprise outlier. I will not change. Lighthearted. I know my bias well enough, and that your reaction towards Takalo really revealed. I know my bias well enough, and what your reaction towards Takalo really reveals is your own experience with people who've been difficult towards you. I am a difficult person. Maybe not to the degree he is, but I am inside. I really do enjoy posing the question of what makes Takalo so truly different from Kane and Emmett. I've argued this point before, as it all has to do with delivery. Presentation is what I think I actually said initially, but you get what I mean. Takalo is deemed unworthy of forgiveness because he's unpleasant. He doesn't have Kane's charisma or Emmett's heart, traits that surprisingly are absent in moments they should be present. Each of them has blood on their hands, Takalo being the least with one body to his pile, yet he's the cruelest of the 3 in terms of action. I do think true empathy lies in being kind in the face of cruelty, but I need to remember that, while maintaining proper boundaries, I do not expect people to be kind if they're under attack, or otherwise some kind of harm is being inflicted. What Takalo deserves is a difficult debate, as I will always want him held accountable for his actions, but if held to the standard of being killed for being killed, where does that leave Emmett and Kane, whose kills are in the double digits? At the end of the day, I realize that Takalo isn't beyond forgiveness, but he doesn't want it, and he isn't the only one.
Yeah, and again, my hope to some extent, like, here's the funny thing, like, you read, like, again, historical accounts of how people handled the brutality and killing and all that, and their own brutality, and it's interesting because, like, it's very interesting how, like, they'll take one offense that was done towards someone they cared about and be really angry about it, and they'll turn around and do something very similar back, and it's almost like there's no like, it's just I'll be really mad if it's someone I care about. It reminds me a little bit about, you ever read Troy, the Iliad? Like in the Iliad, it's like Achilles is not playing, he's not fighting, he's not participating, it's not really his fight, he's like really powerful, but he doesn't care because, you know, it's really about this Helen of Troy, and it's about winning this woman, and it's a lot of beef over nothing. And their great warrior Achilles wouldn't participate. And then all of a sudden one of his buddies dies, and all of a sudden it's time to throw down. And it's like, oh, you only care if it's like someone you think matters, and I do think it's so like, and it's a tough thing with Onala. I'm torn about how cold I made her in regards to how much she cares about humans. I think I wanted it to be like as much as she's become friends with Mishak, there's still a blatant favoritism. It's not like she suddenly changed her mind about everything she's been raised to know about Sunga being these deities, these great beings. Just because she made friends with a human doesn't mean she suddenly is on team human. It's
right.
So I guess I wanted a little nuance with that, which is like, here she is. She can empathize. She wants a happy ending. She doesn't want anyone to die. But if she's going to take sides, she's going to take the Sunka sides, because she's been raised to her like that's the valuable one. That's the one that matters. And she doesn't know the people in the village anyway. Why would she care about them? Aside from the fact that she's like decent. But in a world where it's my team versus your team, the just inherent value of everybody just ain't there. Unfortunately. So.
Also, it's like, even if she doesn't know them, that's Mishak's family. Like, even his neighbors, I would consider being part of the family. But I'm sure he'd say something different, like, forget y'all, but you know what I mean. Also, I don't blame you for making Onala cold, because in retrospect, that is in line with, like how she was raised. She's not going to give up what she knows so easily, even in the face of somebody who has done her arguably a very merciful thing in allowing her to survive, when he could have just killed her right then and there. That would have been the correct action, was to just kill her when she came onto their property.
And you could argue
to their way of life.
You could argue in a different you could argue in a different world. I mean, I feel like you could just as easily have had her to truly go full committal to humans as well. That's not unbelievable. I think the idea of, if you've been kicked out or cast out of your own group and you are warmly treated kindly by another, it is not unusual also to switch sides, right? So it wouldn't be insane for her to have switched. But I really wanted her to be this. I didn't want her to be like, well, the good guys are the humans now because one of them was nice to me. So, and also I did want to establish she's a very proud character, and also the Mastodons are, and I don't want, and that's, and not, and like, to where it would be very hard for her to give up the Mastodon thing. Takalo is the same. All the Mastodons are vibing with being Mastodons. They're like the top dogs, to put it in an amusing
That's
pun.
who they are. Why would they give that up?
Yeah, it's no small thing to be like, you know what, I'm gonna switch teams. Like, dude, you were like...
That would be like me being my mom's daughter.
Yeah, it would... Yeah, so I didn't want it to be like a thing that she would just casually toss aside upon the first nice treatment from someone. And why would it matter?
I don't blame her, but at the same time, the way Mishak reacted was very underwhelming. Because in my opinion, when she said that if her mother wanted them dead, so be it. That's not the direct quote, but that was the gist. If I heard those words, she would never see me again.
Well, you could argue he might
a conversation with that.
You could argue up to this point it's been pretty obvious he knows her well. Like, it's not like he's surprised, right? Like, he's aware of how she thinks.
Realistically, TG, wouldn't you be hurt if this was a guy? I'm just saying, because I guess maybe they don't have the budding romance we all assume that they have. Clearly, they might just be friends. But I mean, even if it was a friend and it wasn't somebody I was romantically involved with, if I heard that, I would be so hurt. I would be inconsolable, because that is a betrayal on a molecular level that just destroys the relationship. You for all intents and purposes just said, if I'm going to die, you're gonna be on the enemy's side. Okay then. Well, why are we still here then?
I mean, it would be right to be angry about that, and I know I guess Mishak's response. I guess the reason I had it, and whether or not maybe I could have done better, but I guess my stance is I don't think to him it's a huge surprise. It's frustrating, but it's like he didn't go into it.
The fact that he still went running to her, bro. Sorry.
That's true. Yeah. Well, I think he thought that they could. prevent it, right? Like, he was a little overly optimistic, and I don't think he took her very seriously. I think he might have also overestimated her sway in the situation, but she was very clear on that. But I think he just thought she had more of an influence, or was hoping. Maybe it was just. Maybe he was overly.
He probably thought she played a bigger part in this.
Yeah, he overestimated what she was able to do, and he also thought that he also probably really wanted it to be true, where he was gonna be the one. Because of his efforts and his goodness.
He wanted his own moment through her.
Yeah, that I think I did kind of want. Like, that was why Clyde called him out. Like, Clyde's like, oh, you want to be Mr. Special. And to be fair, Mishak did do something special by connecting with Onawa. Like, that was really cool. And in another world, it would have maybe resolved something. But unfortunately, sometimes your efforts, even though they look like they're the solution, they aren't the solution. But sometimes we really, really, really want our solutions to be the solutions because it makes us feel like we did the right thing. And you're not always right. So, life's hard sometimes. It ain't fair.
I'm not gonna lie, it did make me sad when he was crying. When he got out there and he said, "Why did I leave them?" I said, "Exactly, son. I don't know why you did it, but you did it."
Whoopsie. Well, he's back now.
And again, based off on the, what's the guy's philosopher that we're listening to?
Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche.
Yeah. Again, another person that Kane would hate.
Well, I mean, you're right to some extent, because the whole point is that Mishak is a little bit on the resentful side of the fact that he's not his brother. But I think he's not doing anything. He's not like, he doesn't want to tear anything. He doesn't resent his.
The thing is, I don't inherently understand the jealousy towards Mishak when he could be doing just as much. Like, what does he want? With, like, I thought this whole time he was angry at the freedom that Mishak supposedly poses because, he's leaving the fort and everything. But it's like he's so immature, it's upsetting. Like, that's the thing, is he's 18 years old, and honestly, the most accurate depiction of an 18-year-old is them thinking things are much simpler than they are. With him thinking that Mishak has it good. Brother, Shadrach was in a war. Sorry, I meant Shadrach.
Yeah, it's not as simple
Mishak
as just...
Shadrach has it good, when it's like, Shadrach was in a war and lost his best friend, literally died in front of him. I don't know what you're talking about, that he's doing all these great things. He literally had to come home and protect you guys. And then he left because he was looking for Emmett for something.
Guys are odd, So listen, so I just read 9 or 6 years with the Texas Rangers, and I tell you what, those guys had like a 70% death rate. Like, they died like flies. And to hear this guy talk about it, it was the best thing in the freaking world. He was like, I was just itching to join, and now I get to participate. And you're like, wow. And I know what happened in those fights, so I know it was not just death, but like horrific death. And the way he talks about it was like, man, those are the best years of my freaking life. You're like, what? Yeah. Dudes are weird. Guys want to go play ball, I think. Especially back then.
We joke. Women nowadays will joke and say that, the men should go to war. And realistically, that is what some men want. But if more than anything, to encapsulate it, I think men just want to have a purpose.
Well, I think they want to prove themselves.
They want to have the status that the provider gives, which is protection. The big man of the house. I can't blame Mishak for wanting that for himself, but at the same time, I can't get mad at the irony of his asking for greatness when he can't even be nice to his own mother.
I think guys also want to be like heroes inherently, and that, unfortunately, I think, what does that look like nowadays? I think we've become very like most of the things that used to be what guys were perceived as, like soldiers and cops and rangers. All that stuff was like fighting off the powers of darkness, right? And all guys want to have a chance to like raise in the ranks. And unfortunately, I think we've got this weird shift now where none of the things that guys do that is smiled upon anymore. At least by a large portion of gals, unfortunately, to where no matter what.
Don't listen to that gentleman. They don't know what they're talking about.
I know. I agree. And unfortunately, the more the girls frown upon it, the less your agreeable and kind boys will do it, and the more disagreeable and stubborn guys will, and you'll get more of the same problem. Just like everything, like, okay, if you're only the disagreeable people are the ones that will do the right thing, then you'll only have disagreeable people doing the thing. Like, it's just like, you want good people doing stuff anyway, and the ones that care. Like, if they care about what girls think, that shows they like are thinking of I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, so with Mishak, I guess in this time he wants a chance to kind of have his go at proving himself to himself and to go into the fray, but he's stuck with his mama and.
Well, you failed.
Well, he's doing his part now. You know, he is
doing his part now. I can respect it. Like I said, I'm glad that he came to his senses and he ran back home because that was the right decision. But I was also worried he was going to get killed out there for a second.
Yeah, well, he showed a good bit of bravery in his return, to some extent, because that was not an easy thing. Now
that was running through a minefield.
Yeah, and it could have gone really badly, and it kind of did go badly because it ended up leading to Emmett scurrying. So, whoopsie.
It was like letting the dog out on accident.
Yeah, whoopsie. Per se. Oh my gosh. Well, we're about to see Mishak in this section.
There was something else. Hold on.
Yes.
Twin responded to what I said, and he said, "After sleeping on it, I realized that Anawa's primary issue story-wise is actually framing. She's presented as this major character with a full sub-story. However, she really exists as a mechanism for other characters, Ohanzi and Mish, stories to develop. Onawa is a cog in the story of Ohanzi and Mish, but that's not what's immediately present. I don't think I would be as harsh on her if she had been presented as more of a side character like Dakota. Also, Twin, I've read through your post. I'll respond in due time, but let me leave this with this concerning Ohanzi. I think a mark of any good leader is the ability to deal with, in quotations, black swan events, which Ohanzi has proven poor at." And then I did the thing of, what is a black swan event? And he said, a highly unpredictable event with massive consequences.
I read the book about that. Mm-hmm. It's a good book. I didn't like it at the time, and then I finished it. I'm like, you know what? That was good.
Also, to give Regulus a little insert here. Regulus said, "Reading through these discussions, I really appreciate how much media literacy y'all have. It's a rare commodity these days."
Yes, I'm so blessed. I love the community. I love the
birds so much. And I said I'm trying my best.
I love it so much. I appreciate the thoughtfulness. Also, I want to add, I'm not done with Onawa, obviously, but I do.
Well, obviously.
But there is truth to be said that she does serve a practical purpose more so than, like, she's not a main character. She is a side character that I'm using as a tool to convey certain things that I was hoping to convey. But I'm not done with her. Hopefully, her role will feel like it is very pivotal to everyone's. She'll be important. She's.
I gotcha.
Not like, hopefully not in a predictable way, but in an interesting way, if nothing else. We'll see. So yeah, I'm not done with her yet. We'll see what people think of that. Again, that's why I'm really looking forward to a good chat after it's over to see what worked and what didn't, and see if I can apply that. And I'll really be pondering. Hopefully, I'll stick around for the spinoff series.
Absolutely. I'm not going anywhere.
Yay! Well, we'll see how that goes. It's been a lot of jumbled ideas. I had like one clear vision that I don't want to pigeonhole it just yet, because it's so much comes down to like character relationships, and I have an idea of what I want to do, because it can't just be a character as an island, right? That's no fun. And at least that's not where my strengths are. Some people do that really well, not me. I need my relationship stuff. So
I gotcha.
And with Kane, also, he kind of is an island, so that's an interesting.
Get excited! I have one more for you.
Woohoo!
This one isn't from me.
Woohoo!
This is from Joe, actually.
Joe! Where is that guy?
So Joe said, "I've been thinking about how different stories handle the balance between triumph and tragedy. If every plot point feels too, in quotations, happy, a story can feel shallow and unrealistic. But if bad things are constantly happening, a story can feel cynical and depressing. So why is it that Scent, a story with no shortage of tragic losses, manages to feel purposeful and hopeful throughout. Welcome to my analysis
Oh,
on
that
Ruth
guy.
is the actual protagonist of Scent, despite Emmett being the main character. Major spoilers for volumes 1 to 3 ahead. Emmett started out with a clear goal. He wanted to be a peacemaker, but as we know, that dream died at Prairie Rose. He lowered his expectations and was willing to settle for a simply happy life with Hannah. Then when he lost Hannah, he was brought even lower. He has become someone who's only thinking about survival and revenge. He no longer sees his life as having any purpose or even much value. And to top it all off, he blames himself whenever someone dies unjustly. He carries the guilt of Austin's death, not entirely without reason, and the subsequent responsibility for Ruth's grief. Is it any wonder, then, why he feels so ready for his journey to end? Note that all of this was revealed in Volume 3. Gosh, what a depressing series of events. Why did we feel compelled to keep following Emmett's story when our protagonist didn't even want to finish his own story? Simple. Because Ruth, not Emmett, was our protagonist at this point, and she wanted to see the rest of his story. It's right there in the subtitle, The Pursuit of the Golden Hill, in quotations. In one sense, Ruth is the one pursuing that golden hill. For most of Volume 3, we're watching the story unfold through her eyes. At every setback, every heartbreak, every wound that Emmett goes through, Ruth's question is, God, how can I help him? She's so committed to seeing him restored. His brokenness makes her task more challenging, but she's never tempted to give up on him. She refuses to let him die, or succumb to hatred, or wallow in self-condemnation. And her determination in the face of impossible odds is the very essence of her protagonist. Think of how many stories we love because they are anchored by a main character who never gives up. In short, Ruth keeps us anchored in the story because she's still trying. We want to see Emmett redeemed from his tragic past, and Ruth is our stand-in. She's the one on the front lines, contending for his heart. And then Peanut Sauce says, shoot, now I gotta draw crossover Sasuke and Naruto fan art with them. and I said, brilliant analysis, Joe.
No.
I like to think that Ruth is the answer to Emmett's request for the trials to end. She's the support he needs to get through this, to soften his heart, strengthen his resolve, and get him back to God. It came at the cost of her brother, but even he played his part in setting her up to be with Emmett, telling her about Emmett in the first place. I can't even imagine what Austin's reaction would have been. His younger sister dating the legend and man he looked up to. Sad we'll never see more of the protective older brother we know he is, but he's rooting for her.
Oh, this is just making me want to hurry. We've had to wait so long to get back to my main characters, but I gotta take this little side quest here. But I have to do the side quest. Listen, I feel like maybe I'm a little distracted, but like I feel like I want these characters to matter, okay? And so, but this just makes me like I can't believe I only got one page done in the past like 7 hours, but. But as soon as I get these backgrounds done, it shouldn't take very long. We have one shot of John, and then these two. But that shouldn't be too hard.
One shot of Joe.
That was so nice of him to say. That's really nice, and it's I appreciate it a lot. And having people who are looking for like intentional stuff like that is like the freaking. I'm so grateful. It's so nice because it makes me want to. It really incentivizes my intention. Like. It makes me really want to put the work in and not slack and think about it seriously, and I really appreciate it. So I wish I didn't get in there and say that. I feel bad that I haven't said anything. It's like I'll chat in the background while I'm just like
it's okay.
running around country.
We stack it up so that when I read them to you, you get to hear them.
Well, thank you for reading it to me. I haven't gotten over to it. It's like an audiobook, and you know me, I love my audiobooks.
Yeah. I also had a little segment, this was before all this, but this was on the 22nd of last month. I said spoilers for the first few chapters of Scent. And I said, I just can't get over it. Austin fought and survived in a war, probably watched men his age and younger die in front of him, and he emerges from all of that with the belief that guns are still something to utilize, that protecting yourself is important. His homecoming was probably a lot like when his father came home all those years ago. Then there he is, accompanied by Ruth, heading off for a new chapter, going to start a business and likely a family. They don't know yet. The family is back home, living life normally, while Austin, his dreams and aspirations lie under the snow, beside a kind stranger he only had the opportunity to exchange a few words with. Neither is making it back where they truly belong. It kills me inside to know the Mosses will be fractured from the loss of their one and only son. And then I said spoilers for present chapters. And that's why I can't be angry with Emmett enough. For
My poor boy.
the people of Mercy when they needed him most. It's not an accident anymore. He's choosing to let what happened to Austin happen to the people who so humbly stuck their neck out for him. If even one goes down, Emmett, you're gonna feel like shit for the rest of your life. Forgiveness isn't enough to bring back those lost, but for what it is, let them all make it home to the Father, is what I said. It's just upsetting. Like I said, he feels bad enough for what happened to Austin that I just can't imagine why he's so willing to let it happen again, you know?
It's one of those things, why do we do anything that's stupid? Sometimes we get caught up in the moment, and that's my excuse for it. I realize that consciously it's a terrible idea. It was a terrible call to go after Takalo, obviously. And I hope people forgive me for that, because like you can easily say, it reminds me a little bit of, though I'll defend myself even though maybe I don't have a right to. I heard people got really mad in One Piece when Ace went back because Blackbeard or whoever was not Akainu was insulting Whitebeard, and instead of running away he turned around, and that caused the problem. I can see how, like, gosh, that was worse though, because after all the effort that everyone had gotten into to rescue him, the idea that but you could also argue a lot of people would put a lot of effort into rescuing Emmett too, so I guess that's still fair. But I guess in my defense, Takalo is uniquely a problem to Emmett versus Ace's beef was, I guess he loved Whitebeard quite a bit, but like it wasn't like he had specific beef with Aikino except for the fact that he insulted his father figure. But that's I'm defending myself in a way that's like on the spot and maybe not fair. But anyway, I'm fully aware that I don't think Emmett was making a rational decision when he went after Takalo, but part of it was obviously a tool. I wanted him to be over there, and I wanted that to happen. I wanted all the things that happened to him to happen, and to get there, I needed him to go after Takalo. I think it used to be worse. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I remember the original script. That was always in there, but I think it originally made less sense. Yeah. So I think I improved it. And I realize sometimes you gotta kill your babies and you can't do everything you want to do, but I guess I really wanted that sequence. I also wanted the symbolism and visual symbolism of Shadrach and Ruth together, basically dragging him out of the pit. I felt like that was too much of what I wanted symbolically and stuff to let go of, so I was like, I'm keeping it, I don't care.
What you said made me giggle when you said sometimes you gotta kill your babies. I'm like, damn.
Well, I mean, well, that's the challenge right now with the plans for the sequel series. I have a lot of ideas. I'm trying to think
set in stone, I'm just gonna pretend like you're dangling them over the fire.
Yeah. Well, when I say killing my babies, I mean killing my plot points. The scenes I like.
Okay, I got you.
The scenes that I want to have. That I can't keep everything that comes to mind, even if it's good.
Also, this is a little reflection piece I think you'll appreciate. I said low-key reflecting on a clip of TG on a clip of TG saying there, spoilers, wasn't enough blood in the recent chapters as of yet. I agree, but I'm also not overly excited to see it just because humans are not yet at the level to really gain one up on Sunka. They're doing fine, but I'd really like for them to be something that shakes the Sunka up more than just a mere irritation. You should be worried about us driving you into extinction if you're not choosing to play nice.
Look, there's blood right here. We got blood right here. You want blood? I got blood. There you go.
This also brought on an obvious revelation. Spoilers. I might have said this before, but I don't think I've seen Kane with a gun. He has a crossbow and many, many weapons, and I think that shows how grounded he is in the idea of delivering their demise in a way he can savor it. If he's not, offing them with his own hands, he's prolonging the struggle while keeping them intact, right? Because he can't be blasting holes in the pelts. Yeah, definitely mentioned that before, but it feels like I needed to think about that detail again. Doing it for the love of the game, but also for the coin they bring him. Kane is truly an interesting character. And just who was he going to sell Emmett to?
That's a whole bag of worms that I've been chewing on. I think I had a good idea, and then there's just so much kit that's like on the burner right now with regards to Kane stuff and how he is, where he's at, what that looks like, why. how he got there, backstory. I had the backstory written. I'm really glad now that I didn't take the time to do it, because I think I've grown a lot since I wrote that, and I left myself a lot more wiggle room than I did originally, so thank God. I originally was going to waste a lot of time on it anyway, which would have been bad for Scent. It would have just been a waste of time. And I even worried about this stuff being a waste of time. But I think we needed a little more context for what's going on in the background. I don't want nothing to be happening while all the nonsense with Emmett is happening. It just would feel like there's just like nothing happening, which is lame.
You gotta put some pressure in there.
Yeah, there needs to be a sense of a time limit and urgency, and without anything happening, there's no urgency. That would have been the problem originally. I don't think I didn't have them originally. I mean, there was a feeling of a coming, like, obviously if Emmett fails, then the but even then, I really wasn't accounting for like stakes. I think my original things didn't really let the Mercy settlement be a source of tension, which would have been a waste, I think. So I'm glad with my changes. I like the even though this is taking time and it's kind of annoying, but it is what it is.
I got a few more.
Woo!
So I said, we were talking briefly about how we love Shadrach, but then that...
Yeah, we do! That's my man!
But then it pivoted into this, which I'm sure you've heard me incessantly talk about, but here we go again.
Oh boy, where are we going?
So I said, however, this isn't what I've come to discuss. Tonight, instead, the inevitable returns once more, again. Spoilers for current story. Takala's death is the topic of discussion. To offer a brief overview, I just got finished watching a series that had a bad guy that reminded me a lot of Takalo. Prideful, selfish, yet a tad sentimental. You can imagine that man's fate to prompt me writing this. Every time I discuss this, I feel compelled to build his case, every time without fail.
Objection!
Reflecting on those who have died in this series thus far. Their fates have never been pretty, but their characters has always shown true without fail. Now, what does that mean for a character who lacks character, who lacks likability, who's gone against the grain and admittedly done and which is deemed unforgivable? Asakte may have died with less dignity than he commanded, but I do think Emmett still treated him with enough care not to leave him suffering for too long. He felt the humiliating sting of his hubris and paid dearly for it. With how Emmett is, what he wants currently, I just know in my heart of hearts it will be messy. But for all the vengeance that bleeds in his heart lies the inherent desire to be free from the despair it creates. A villain doesn't always need to be humanized to explain/soften their actions, but Takala's presence in particular just resonates as something that will be inherently hurtful because it will be empty. No relief, no satisfaction, and no mourning. He's not like Otakte, nor like Emmett, nor like anyone else. He simply isn't sought after or desired by anyone. For having done so much, a quiet dismissal from the performance will be his fate. I am, however, curious as to how the rest of you will feel should someone get killed due to Emmett's actions. He alone will be responsible for any human death moving forward. I know you'll forgive, won't you? And this isn't me asking for Takala to be spared. Instead, it's a plea for his death to be treated with the respect and care as anyone else. Even if you didn't like him, burying him would still be the responsible thing to do. Then again, Emmett never did have the time to bury those many Sunka he killed. But that's a whole other topic. The lack of humanity in which Emmett treats Sunka. You could say he matches their energy, but he doesn't need to lower himself to their level. But I am biased now, clearly. Just reflecting on the story, I can certainly see more and more of Emmett's own sense of pride when he clashes with other Sunka. And then Joe decided to match my energy as he responded. He said, ongoing spoilers and speculations for current chapter. I think it would be interesting if Takala was killed by someone other than Emmett, whether by another Sunka or another human. I'm not sure. But with Emmett's intense drive for vengeance, I wonder how he'd react to just finding Takala dead at someone else's hands. Would he feel disappointed? Empty? What would be the bigger heart check for Emmett? Finally getting the vengeance he sought after, or having that opportunity, in quotations, stolen from him? I still think Emmett's got a very good heart, but that kind of hateful obsession is not easily satisfied. Takalo is a fascinating character, and I hope he gets the type of conclusive ending that his story deserves, yet however it happens, I can't help but think it'll feel a little anticlimactic for Emmett. It will likely take time before Emmett truly feels free. And then we have a rare commentary in here. Hua, I think that's how you pronounce it, H-U.
Ooh.
Hua said, it would be interesting if Ruth ends up killing Takalo. Oh, sorry, offing Takalo. Maybe Emmett's obsession for revenge would put Ruth in a dangerous situation, which leads to her having to off Takalo. I don't know. It'd be an interesting comparison for his first lover being offed by Takalo and his second love interest being the one to off him, but who knows? We will see. I will say that I don't know how Emmett would react to it. Maybe it would cause him to wallow in guilt again, or maybe it would finally be a wake-up call to that reckless behavior for something like revenge. And such, what he was doing right now only leads to more trouble for the people around him, especially since he has such loyal friends. But yeah. And then Hua brought in some
that was a good. That's good.
Spoilers.
That's a good thoughtfulness. That's a thoughtful.
Hold on. Hua tied in some Full Metal. Yeah, she tied in some Full Metal Alchemist spoilers in here. But I do I do kind of imagine Takalo to have a somewhat similar end that Envy had. Not like a glorious death, but one where he is put face to face with his insecurities and flaws. I do kind of want him to succeed in one way or another before his life ends, even though I hate him, but I don't know how. Well, and then I responded to both of them, and I said, you have my sincerest gratitude, the both of you, for expressing your own thoughts on something so important to me. Evidently, I have it really bad for the character, not in a perverse meaning, but merely I am just very in tune with Takalo. Truly, he's just struck such an intimate chord in me, it's difficult to put into words. He means so much to me. For his end, I can only hope he is satisfied. To go so far, to do so much, just to wonder, what was it all for? When truly it was all for naught, leaves me heartbroken so much so much in advance before it even comes. He's already gone, he just doesn't know it yet. Whomever it shall be, foe or family, their hands will be stained gold. The majesty of giants runs through his veins, a strength he'll have gone a lifetime without experiencing. But the shallow ditch he falls into will leave a crater as big as his ancestors in my heart. he has changed his character archetype for me forever. And then Cloudy was like, Kate, go to bed, and I was like, I'm sorry. And then a short line followed that up with, some chapter, huh? And I said, yeah.
I need to go and read the comment. I didn't check in on the comments. Yeah, it's a big chapter. I think. I feel bad that it just kind of I posted it while I was in the middle of a con, so I was like very anticlimactic but it's a big one. It's a big one. It sets the stage. A lot happens. I'm glad that y'all are reacting to it and thinking about it. And hopefully there'll be a lot more where that came from. We have lots to chew on. Things are coming together, as I keep saying. So we're going to have more things tied up, and hopefully everyone will see, and I'll get to hear what everyone thinks about how things tie up, which I'm very excited about. It's so, again, you're making me feel a great sense of stress and urgency. Can't wait, only 2 pages done. We're on page 9. I want to get the new chapter done by the 25th, so I want an update. So I have 2 weeks to get about. Let's see, where do I want to stop? Well, if I would like to finish at the end of John's. Well, actually, let's see. Ooh, there's a lot.
I'm just telling you that we're all still here.
So thank you. 18. I'll want to end the next chapter. Maybe I'll end it right before John's flashback, or maybe before. I don't know. But I've changed. I need to finish my rewrites. I've rewrote some of it, but I don't know. Maybe I should live on a cliffhanger. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. Let's get to ink, and I had to change things because I realized that my sequence was a roll off here. That is so bad. But thank you for reading that, and it was great to get an update. And again, I want to have a healthy. I really appreciate a healthy balance. First of all, I love how thoughtful everyone is. Great community, and that it's like actually reflecting and thinking. And I'm hoping to. We'll see, though. The danger is that what if the community is more thoughtful than I am? That'll be what it is. I can only do my best. You know what? Y'all just have to suck it.
I'm excited to see what you got.
I look forward to showing it to everyone. The urgency is here. We're doing groundwork. I
already promised that by the time Sam finishes, I will have a PowerPoint presentation analysis ready.
Ooh, well, you'll have to. We'll see what you think. You know, all this. You know, there's a lot of anticipation.
Also,
we'll see what everyone thinks.
You forget that I have Kahoot questions spanning over 500.
Speaking of which, I need to figure out what I'm doing for Brood Day, but first I have to finish everyone's prizes for the contest and do commissions for people. So there's a lot on my docket, but I really want to work on the comic. I made all these promises, and I gotta get to them. I gotta do that cat one first.
Can I read to you what I wrote?
Sure.
Let me see what I got.
I want to do fan art. Not that that's the last thing I have time for, but oh my gosh. I want to do Emmett and Ruth fan art. That's what I really want to do. I haven't done anything with the two of them in forever, and it would be, I don't know. I was given a request to do ship characters at the con, and I was like, oh, I wish I was doing this with my ship character.
One of my recent writings was a little thing for what we discussed earlier today about the blood brood. So this is Chiffon's like a little retelling of what happened back then. Kind of like a person perspective, I think.
Mm-hmm. It's rough. Life's hard. You know, that's how it be sometimes.
What they do. They're just kind of looking at him like prime rib.
Yeah, and unfortunately, so unfortunately, I continue to need to do more homework on the idea of. I don't know what all I would need to look into for like werewolf kind of stuff. I wish there was a bit more. I feel like I'm missing some really good like cryptid lore for like Wendigos and stuff. Things that I could borrow from, but like good stuff. Like I don't know. I've read some fun ones that I thought were really nice, but I don't know what all I want. I want to borrow from a lot of sources, you know. The more I have to play with. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm trying to squeeze my Japanese in real quick so I don't have to.
No, you're fine.
so I don't
I
have
know
to
it's
worry.
the time of night.
Yep, I always gotta squeeze it in before I go to bed. Alright, there we go. Alright, back at it. Yeah, like, regarding the cannibal stuff, there is a tribe. Now again, these are werewolves in Sunka, so the only reason I have them that they eat flesh is this because they're supposed to be embracing their like more wolf-like natures to some extent, but not in a cringe way. That's the danger. Like, I don't want it to be like they're acting like dogs, right? Like, that's just so cringe. Even though that's a tempting thing to dabble with, like, I don't know. I don't want to play too much with that. But on that note, I guess I'd have to again. There was a tribe.
Also, game Docker. Docker is in the chat and he's at Yellowstone.
Oh,
wow!
Whoa.
The pictures he provided is really cool. There's you got the geyser pool at Yellowstone. It's so pretty. It's weird that thermal water can look so pretty like that, but you can't jump in there or else you're gonna be cooked alive.
Can't jump in there. I'm always in.
If why killer, why pool shaped?
Yeah, there's some tragedies there for sure. I don't know if I'd go. You know, I've been there a couple times, and I really like the bighorns though. Though I gotta say there's some crazy beautiful places up in Montana. Luckily, you know, I really appreciate places like Yellowstone, and the Yellowstone is its own magical. The good thing about these like tourist hubs is that they're great and tourists get to enjoy them, but then like if you know about like another place that like no one else does for the most part, oh my gosh, it's like Christmas. It's all yours. You don't have to share.
It's all mine.
Yeah, the bighorns is like that. I feel like it's not quite as like dramatic, but it has a lot of like it's rich. You know, I think it's beautiful, and I think there's some gorgeous places in the bighorn. So, though I'm getting to know it too much, I feel like I need to explore. I would love to hike there or take a horse ride. That's what I really want. And I still don't know why I chose the bighorn, aside from like I don't even know why I chose that place. And I'm looking back, I'm like, why did I do? I guess I was just looking at, I don't know what I was thinking. That's a funny thing.
You just wanted to explore it.
I don't know why. Aside from it was just like a place that, I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to go to some obscure mountain range. I'm not sure what I was thinking. But you don't think too much. You just ride with it and take the fails and the confusing elements as they come. That's why I say. Alright, I want to finish this dang book. So let's listen. I'm so close. Hang on.
I'm watching this guy trying to pick up his fat cat and failing. It's because every time he goes in to scoop the cat up, she hisses at him, and I'm like, bro, she's so self-conscious about her weight, she doesn't want you touching her because she's reminded that she's fat.
Oh, that's rough. That's too bad. Can this? Okay. All right. Here we go.
Today, scientific knowledge is an abyss. The word science in such trumpeter mouths is prostitution, an abuse and impertinence. The truth is just the opposite from what is maintained in the aesthetic theory. Science has today absolutely no belief in itself, let alone in an ideal superior to itself. And wherever science still consists of passion, love, ardor, suffering, it is not the opposition to that aesthetic ideal, but rather the incarnation of its latest and noblest form. Does that ring strange? There are enough brave and decent working people, even among the learned men of today, who like their little corner, and who, just because they are pleased so to do, become at times indecently loud with their demand, that people today should be quite content, especially in science, for in science there is so much useful work to do. I do not deny it. There is nothing I should like less than to spoil the delight of these honest workers in their handiwork, for I rejoice in their work, but the fact of science requiring hard work, the fact of its having contented workers, is absolutely no proof of science as a whole having today one end, one will, one ideal, one passion for a great faith. The contrary, as I have said, is the case. When science is not the latest manifestation of the ascetic ideal, but these are cases of such rarity, selectness, and exquisiteness, as to preclude the general judgment being affected thereby, science is a hiding place for every kind of cowardice, disbelief, remorse, despectio sui, bad conscience. It is the very anxiety that springs from having no ideal, the suffering from the lack of a great love, the discontent with an enforced moderation. Oh, what does all science not cover today? How much, at any rate, does it not try to cover? The diligence of our best scholars, their senseless industry, their burning the candle of their brain at both ends, their very mastery in their handiwork. How often is the real meaning of all that to prevent themselves continuing to see a certain thing? Science is a self-anesthetic. Do you know that? You wound them. Everyone who consorts with scholars experiences this. You wound them sometimes to the quick, through just a harmless word. When you think you are paying them a compliment, you embitter them beyond all bounds, simply because you didn't have the finesse to infer the real kind of customers you had to tackle, the sufferer kind, who won't own up even to themselves what they really are, the dazed and unconscious kind who have only one fear, coming to consciousness. 24.
What does that mean?
And now look at the other side, at those rare cases of which I spoke, the most supreme idealists to be found nowadays among philosophers and scholars. Have we perchance found in them the sought-for opponents of the ascetic ideal, its anti-idealists? In fact, they believe themselves to be such, these unbelievers, for they are all of them that. It seems that this idea is their last remnant of faith, the idea of being opponents of this ideal. So earnest are they on this subject, so passionate in word and gesture. But does it follow that what they believe must necessarily be true? We knowers have grown by degrees suspicious of all kinds of believers. Our suspicion has step by step habituated us to draw just the opposite conclusions to what people have drawn before. That is to say, wherever the strength of a belief is particularly prominent, to draw the conclusion of the difficulty of proving what is believed, the conclusion of its actual improbability. We do not again deny that faith produces salvation. For that very reason, we do deny that faith proves anything. A strong faith, which produces happiness, causes suspicion of the object of that faith. It does not establish its faith. It does establish a certain probability of illusion. What is now the position in these cases? These solitaries and deniers of today, these fanatics in one thing, in their claim to intellectual cleanness, these hard, stern, continent, heroic spirits, who constitute the glory of our time, all these pale atheists, anti-Christians, immoralists, nihilists, these skeptics, effectics, and hectics of the intellect, in a certain sense they are the latter, both collectively and individually, these supreme idealists of knowledge, in whom alone nowadays the intellect and conscience dwells and is alive. In point of fact, they believe themselves as far away as possible from the ascetic ideal, do these free, very free spirits. And yet, if I may reveal what they themselves cannot see, for they stand too near themselves, this ideal is simply their ideal. They represent it nowadays and perhaps no one else. They themselves are its most spiritualized product, its most advanced picket of skirmishes and scouts, its most insidious, delicate, and elusive form of seduction. If I am in any way a reader of riddles, then I will be one with this sentence. For some time past there have been no free spirits, for they still believe in truth. When the Christian crusaders in the East came into collision with that invincible order of assassins, that order of free spirits par excellence, whose lowest grade lives in a state of discipline, such as no order of monks has ever attained, then in some way or other they managed to get an inkling of that symbol and tally word that was reserved for the highest grade alone, as their secretum. Nothing is true, everything is allowed. In sooth, that was freedom of thought, thereby was taking leave of the very belief in truth. Has indeed any European, any Christian free thinker, ever yet wandered into this proposition and its labyrinthy consequences? Does he know from experience the Minotauros of this den? I doubt it. Nay, I know otherwise. Nothing is more really alien to these mono-fanatics, these so-called free spirits, than freedom and unfettering in that sense. In no respect are they more closely tied. The absolute fanaticism of their belief in truth is unparalleled. I know all this perhaps too much from experience at close quarters, that dignified philosophic abstinence to which a belief like that binds its adherents, that stoicism of the intellect, which eventually vetoes negation as rigidly as it does affirmation, that wish for standing still in front of the actual, the factum brutum, that fatalism in petit fait, c'est petit fatalisme, as they call it, in which French science now attempts a kind of moral superiority over the German. This renunciation of interpretation generally, that is, of forcing, doctoring, abridging, omitting, suppressing, inventing, falsifying, and all the other essential attributes of interpretation. All this, considered broadly, expresses the asceticism of virtue, quite as effectively as it does any repudiation of the senses. It is at bottom only a modus of that repudiation. But what forces it into that unqualified will for truth is the faith in the aesthetic ideal itself. Even though it takes the form of its unconscious imperatives, makes you no mistake about it, it is the faith, I repeat, in a metaphysical value, an intrinsic value of truth, of a character which only warranted and guaranteed in this ideal. It stands or falls with this ideal. Judged strictly, there does not exist a science without its hypotheses. The thought of such a science is inconceivable, illogical. A philosophy, a faith, must always exist first to enable science to gain thereby a direction, a meaning, a limit and method, a right to existence. He who holds a contrary opinion on the subject, He, for example, who takes it upon himself to establish philosophy upon a strictly scientific basis, has first got to turn upside down not only philosophy but also the truth itself, the gravest insult which could possibly be offered to two such respectable females. Yes, there's no doubt about it, and here I quote my Joyful Wisdom, Book 5, Aphorism 344. The man who is truthful in that daring and extreme fashion, which is the presupposition of faith in science, asserts thereby a different world from that of life, nature, and history. And insofar as he asserts the existence of that different world, must he not similarly repudiate its counterpart? This world, our world? The belief on which our faith in science is based has remained to this day a metaphysical belief. Even we knowers of today, we godless foes of metaphysics, we too take our fire from that conflagration which is kindled by 1,000-year-old faith.
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna
That
lie,
Christian
you're making
belief,
me
which was also
want
Plato's
to
belief.
rewrite
Belief
the
that God is
censor
truth.
that you.
Oh boy, oh goody.
I want to put more tension in Chiffon and Takala's relationship.
Ooh. I'm all for emphasizing a relationship. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm all about that relationship.
I know, but it's ironic because people were wanting me to write for Reader X Samoset in the sense of, you know, they wanted a toxic relationship, and I'm like looking at them like, yo, I don't know how to do that. But with Takalo, I'm slowly learning what that looks like. It wouldn't be toxic, but it would be kind of unbalanced at the start anyway.
Yeah, well, you know my stance on this. I'm way more for the two characters relationship than Reader. I never like Reader stuff. I think it's ridiculous.
Trust me, TG, I heard you, and that's why I made the Reader their own character.
Yeah, woo!
Don't worry, I'm taking that in, and not just making it a blatant self-insert. So.
Yay! Yay!
By the way, the Reader's name is Bo. I haven't really stated that on anything yet, but their name is Bo. That goes for if it's a boy or a girl. So it's short for bookmark. I thought it'd be funny.
Interesting. Well, how's that going? You say you were.
I haven't written for the Scent exhibition in 30 days. That's how that's going.
I need to build up to the Brood Day. There's a lot I need to take into account. There's so much I need to think about, kid. There's so much going on. Oh, my life is so crazy.
It doesn't stop, ma'am, as much as we gotta keep up.
Like, I need to plan the Brood Day. I need to do all these requests. Remember, I did the Ringo Award, so I'm like, okay, I do that. I had someone, a comic book shop owner, apparently had reached out to me somewhere, and I hadn't got back with them. They came up today, they're like, hey, if you want your books in the store, well, you're ready for them. I'm like, what? So I gotta get back into. They gave me the card and I haven't gotten to it. And I got an editor showed up and wanted some art done, which I was like, woo, an editor. So, but I've ignored them so far because I have a comic to make. Hang on.
Keep doing this.
Hang on. Well, I have to. The comic. I can't be doing everything. I need a secretary.
You do need a secretary. I mean, Maka would be willing if you paid her.
Oh, see, I also need money, and I keep losing it to buying books and then buying hotels and buying more conventions.
I think Maka would be a really good investment, though.
Maybe you're right.
Somebody you can rely on, you can trust.
That's a good point, and perhaps she could do a better job at keeping an eye on the cons than I have, and I wouldn't miss big cons.
Yeah, she can do all that research for you.
Honestly,
You'd be helping each other out.
That's a good point. I will consider this and think about what I could pay and what I'd be willing to. I would like to. I wouldn't mind paying for the. Honestly, if so, I really wouldn't mind. So I'm tempted. For a couple things. First of all, it would be to keep an eye on the cons and seeing when they're available, when they open up, because I keep missing them. And then also maybe doing the. Unfortunately, before I really want to apply to any more bookstores, I need to get the freaking books into Ingram Spark, which is harder than you think, because you have to format for the printing size for Ingram Spark, which means there's no small thing, because it's freaking at 300 pages per book, so it's a nightmare. So we'll see about that. But it needs to be done, because if I'm going to get them in any big stores, I need to just make it possible for them to be. Because a lot of these stores are like, are they Ingram Spark? Then I say no. They're like, well, we don't care. Then it's like, okay. They're like, we only accept that. So it's like, okay, I got to do my homework. Which makes sense. They don't want to deal with the complications of someone who doesn't know what they're doing, right? I understand. But that would also mean I have to stop making a comic. But that is something manga couldn't do because it involves formatting, and formatting is complicated. You hate to see it. Foreshortening! Yum. I will consider the thing with manga. I definitely need it. There's so much to consider at the moment. So on top of that, I want to go up and do that rodeo. I definitely really want to do that, so I'm going to see if I can figure out when to do it and with who. I need to figure out if I'm doing anything with we have blackberries now. I really wish I could get my youngins together to come pick blackberries, but that would have to be between conventions. I'm doing a new con. I think both of these cons coming up are kind of randos. So Toon Fusion is kind of a new one, so I'm kind of curious about how that one's going to be. So, lot up in the air. Neon gravestones.
Truth is divine. But what if this belief becomes more and more incredible? What if nothing proves itself to be divine, unless it be error, blindness, lies? What if God himself proved himself to be our oldest lie? It is necessary to stop at this point and to consider the situation carefully. Science itself now needs a justification, which is not for a minute to say that there is such a justification. Turn in this context to the most ancient and most modern philosophers. They all fail to realize the extent of the need of a justification on the part of the will to truth. Here is a gap in every philosophy. What is it caused by? Because up to the present, the ascetic ideal dominated all philosophy. Because truth was fixed as being, as God, as supreme court of appeal. Because truth was not allowed to be a problem. Do you understand this aloud? From the minute that the belief in the God of the ascetic ideal is repudiated, there exists a new problem. The problem of the value of truth. The will for truth needed a critique. Let us define by these words our own task. The value of truth is tentatively to be called into question. If this seems too laconically expressed, I recommend the reader to peruse again that passage from Joyful Wisdom which bears the title, How Far We Are Also Still Pious, aphorism 344, and best of all, the whole 5th book of that work, as well as the preface to Dawn of Day. 25. No, you can't get round me with science when I search for the natural antagonists of the ascetic ideal, when I put the question, where is the opposed will in which the opponent ideal expresses itself? Science is not, by a long way, independent enough to fulfill this function. In every department, science needs an ideal value, a power which creates values, and in whose service it can believe in itself. Science itself never creates values. Its relation to the ascetic ideal is not in itself antagonistic. Speaking roughly, it rather represents the progressive force in the inner evolution of that ideal. Tested more exactly, its opposition and antagonism are concerned not with the ideal itself, but only with that ideal's outworks, its outer garb, its masquerade, with its temporary hardening, stiffening, and dogmatizing. It makes the life in the ideal free once more, while it repudiates its superficial elements. These two phenomena.
But don't make her. I mean, I'm not ready to make a call yet, so.
I've already made this clear. The basis, I say,
I know you're not ready to
of
commit,
truth,
but I'm just telling
or
her that
accurately,
you're
the same
considering it.
belief in the impossibility of valuing and of criticizing truth. And science is not, by a long way, independent enough to fulfill this function. In every department, science needs an ideal value, a power which creates values, and in whose service it can believe in itself. Science itself never creates values. Its relation to the ascetic ideal is not in itself antagonistic. Speaking roughly, it rather represents the progressive force in the inner evolution of that ideal. Tested more exactly, its opposition and antagonism are concerned not with the ideal itself, but only with that ideal's outworks, its outer garb, its masquerade, with its temporary hardening, stiffening, and dogmatizing. It makes the life in the ideal free once more, while it repudiates its superficial elements. These two phenomena, science and the ascetic ideal, both rest on the same basis. I've already made this clear. The basic.
He says aesthetic ideal, and I don't know if he's talking about God and a sense of moral appearance of morality, or if he means just the ideal, like, way to behave. I don't know. I feel like he's trying to say God when he says aesthetic ideal, but I could be wrong. I don't know. He jumps between, though, so I'm not entirely sure. Oh, well.
I say the
I
same
gotcha.
overappreciation of truth. More accurately, the same belief in the impossibility of valuing and of criticizing truth. And consequently, they are necessarily allies, so that, in the event of their being attacked, they must always be attacked and called into question together. Evaluation of the aesthetic ideal inevitably entails evaluation of science as well. Lose no time in seeing this clearly, and be sharp to catch it. Art, I am speaking provisionally, for I will treat it on some other occasion in greater detail. Art, I repeat, in which lying is sanctified and the will for deception has good conscience on its side, is much more fundamentally opposed to the aesthetic ideal than is science. Plato's instinct felt this. Plato, the greatest enemy of art which Europe has produced up to the present. Plato versus Homer, that is the complete, the true antagonism. On the one side, the wholehearted transcendental, the great defamer of life. On the other, its involuntary panegyrist, the golden nature. An artistic subservience to the service of the aesthetic ideal is consequently the most absolute artistic corruption that there can be, though unfortunately it is one of the most frequent phases, for nothing is more corruptible than an artist. Considered physiologically, moreover, science rests on
Nothing
the
is
same
more
basis
corrupt
as
than
does
an
the
artist.
aesthetic
I hear you,
ideal.
bud.
A certain impoverishment of life is the presupposition of the latter, as of the former. Add frigidity of the emotions, slackening of the tempo, the substitution of dialect for instinct, seriousness impressed on mien and gesture, seriousness, that most unmistakable sign of strenuous metabolism, of struggling, toiling life. Consider the periods in a nation in which the learned man comes into prominence, that there are periods of exhaustion, often of sunset, of decay, the effervescing strength, the confidence in life, the confidence in the future are no more. The preponderance of the mandarins never signifies any good, any more than does the advent of democracy, or arbitration instead of war, equal rights for women, the religion of pity, and all the other symptoms of declining life. Science handled as a problem. What is the meaning of science? Upon this point, the preface to The Birth of Tragedy. No, this modern science, mark you this well, is at times the best ally for the aesthetic ideal, and for the very reason that it is the ally which is most unconscious, most automatic, most secret, and most subterranean. Deb?
I'm gonna look this up. Hang on. I know you're really waiting on it. Aesthetic ideal is justification of existence, the belief that the world can be justified not by religious ideas, but as an aesthetic phenomenon. He greatly argued that life is an amoral, chaotic tragedy, and the highest human achievement is to treat one's own existence as a work of art. So, okay. Again, this is good to know. So when he's saying aesthetic ideal, he's talking about justification of existence. And okay, now I've nailed that down. Okay.
Been playing into each other's hands up to the present, have these poor in spirit, and have the scientific opponents of that ideal. Take care, by the by, not to think that these opponents are the antithesis of this ideal, that they are the rich in spirit, that they are not. I have called them the hectic in spirit. As for these celebrated victories in science, there is no doubt that they are victories. But victories over what? There was not for a single minute any victory among their list over the aesthetic ideal. Rather was it made stronger, that is to say more elusive, more abstract, more insidious, from the fact that a wall, an outwork, that had got built onto the main fortress and disfigured its appearance, should from time to time be ruthlessly destroyed and broken down by science. Does anyone seriously suggest that the downfall of the theological astronomy signified the downfall of that ideal? Has perchance man grown less in need of a transcendental solution of his riddle of existence? Because since that time, this existence has become more random, casual, and superfluous in the visible order of the universe.
I think it's pretty interesting also just to like spitball. Again, I'm speaking from my own level of understanding, but like he thinks that you don't need, or that religion is non-necessarily, that the belief of the world can be justified by just one's own existence as a work of art. I think we've seen as of late that that's bullcrap. I think that we've had a good go at seeing if you're just you and inside of yourself, if individuals, if they made it all about your identity and who you are. I'm sure he wouldn't argue this. I'm sure I'm missing his point, but it just doesn't seem to me like it seems like we gave it a go to some level. Obviously, very different than he imagined, because I don't think he thinks the same way as your average individual or philosophical person right now. I think there's a lot that he would probably argue wasn't his point. But even in the sense of what I think he was battling a very different world than what we're dealing with now. I think he was criticizing Christian dogma, which probably was valid at some point to where, or still is a little bit valid. Maybe there was elements of Christianity that was playing a game that wasn't sincere, and he's saying like, but it's not the world we're living in. I don't think Christianity has near as a influence or hold on the mind of modern man as it did at the writing of this. So I'd be very curious to think of what he would think about our current day and age. But
right.
Anyway,
Sadly, we cannot talk to them.
No.
Has there not been, since the time of Copernicus, an unbroken progress of the self-belittling of man and his will for belittling himself? Alas, his belief in his dignity, his uniqueness, and his irreplaceableness in the scheme of existence is gone. He has become animal, literal, unqualified, and unmitigated animal. He who in his earlier belief was almost God, child of God, demigod. Since Copernicus, man seems to have fallen on to a steep plane. He rolls faster and faster away from the center. Whither? Into nothingness? Into the thrilling sensation of his own nothingness? Well, this would be the straight way to the old ideal. All science, and by no means only astronomy, with regard to the humiliating and deteriorating effect of which Kant has made such remarkable confession. It annihilates my own...
Okay, stop referencing Kant. Okay, who's Kant? Or what do you think? Immanuel Kant is one of the most influential thinkers of the modern philosophy. His critical philosophy reveals how to understand human knowledge and morality. He synthesized rationalism and empiricism, arguing while all knowledge begins with experience, the mind actively structures it using its own innate rules. Okay. Immanuel Kant. Let's see. Critique of Pure Reason. Did I ever... You know what's funny? Did I ever read that? It was funny. I might... Let me see. And the funny thing is, it wouldn't matter if I'd read it before, because I definitely forgot everything about it. So...
I was gonna say.
Let's see. Continue with... What is my login? Email? Okay. Hang on, I'm going to check my Goodreads. If I have read it, I need to read it again or something, because I'm lacking in recollection. I hardly remember anything in the philosophy books I've read. I like to think that maybe something sticks, but I don't remember friggin' anything. Let's see. Critique of Pure Reason. It is on my want to read list, but good news, I have not read it, which means I didn't forget it.
Go.
Add that to my... Oh my gosh, it's a big book. Oh no. But I want to read it, but oh my gosh, it looks like it's huge. Ugh. But I do like the idea of reading a book about critiquing pure reason. Alas, carrying on.
All science, natural as much as unnatural, by unnatural I mean the self-critique of reason, nowadays sets out to talk man out of his present opinion of himself, as though that opinion had been nothing but a bizarre piece of conceit. You might go so far as to say that science finds its peculiar pride, its peculiar bitter form of stoical ataraxia, in preserving man's contempt for himself, that state which took so much trouble to bring about, as man's final and most serious claim to self-appreciation. Rightly so, in point of fact, for he who despises is always one who has not forgotten how to appreciate. But does all this involve any real effort to counteract the aesthetic ideal?
One who despises is someone who's not forgotten how to appreciate is an interesting line, but I digress.
Is it really seriously suggested that Kant's victory over the theological dogmatism about God, soul, freedom, immortality, has damaged that ideal in any way, as the theologians have imagined to be the case for a long time past? And in this connection, it does not concern us for a single minute if Kant himself intended any such consummation. It is certain that from the time of Kant, every type of transcendentalist is playing a winning game. They are emancipated from the theologians. What luck! He has revealed to them that secret art by which they can now pursue their heart's desire on their own responsibility and with all the respectability of science. Similarly, who can grumble at the agnostics, reverers as they are of the unknown and the absolute mystery, if they now worship their very query as God? Xavier Doudan talks somewhere of the ravages which l'habitude d'amérier l'intelligible à lieu
Jeez, those French words.
simplement dans les connues is produced. The ancients, he thinks,
French
must have been
jump
exempt
scare.
from
Watch
these
out.
ravages. Supposing that everything known to man fails to satisfy his desires, and on the contrary contradicts and horrifies them, what a divine way out of all this to be able to look for the responsibility, not in the desiring, but in the knowing. There is no knowledge, consequently there is a God. What a novel elegantia syllogismi. What a triumph for the ascetic ideal. 26. Or perchance does the whole of modern history show in its demeanor greater confidence in life, greater confidence in its ideals. Its loftiest pretension is now to be a mirror. It repudiates all teleology. It will have no more proving. It disdains to play the judge, and thereby shows its good taste. It asserts as little as it denies, it fixes, it describes. All this is to a high degree ascetic, but at the same time it is to a much greater degree nihilistic. Make no mistake about this. You see in the historian a gloomy, hard, but determined gaze, an eye that looks out as an isolated North Pole explorer looks out, perhaps so as not to look within, so as not to look back. There is snow. Here is life silenced. The last crows which caw here are called whither, vanity, nada. Here nothing more flourishes and grows, as the metapolitics of St. Petersburg and the pity of Tolstoy. But as for that other school of historians, a perhaps still more modern school, a voluptuous and lascivious school which ogles life and the ascetic ideal with equal fervor, which uses the word artist as a glove, and has nowadays established the corner for itself in all the praise given to contemplation. Oh, what a thirst do these sweet intellectuals excite even for ascetics in winter landscapes. Nay, the devil take these contemplative folk. How much liefer would I wander with those historical nihilists through the gloomiest grey, cold mist. Nay, I shall not mind listening, supposing I have to choose, to one who is completely unhistorical and anti-historical. A man like Düring, for instance, over whose periods a hitherto shy and unavowed species of beautiful souls has grown intoxicated in contemporary Germany, the species anarchistica, with their educated proletariat. The contemplative are 100 times worse. I never knew anything which produced such intense nausea as one of those objective chairs, one of those scented mannequins about town of history, a thing half priest, half satyr, renom parfum, which betrays by the high, shrill falsetto of his applause what he lacks and where he lacks it, who betrays where, in this case, the fates have plied their ghastly shears, alas, in too surgeon-like a fashion. This is distasteful to me, and irritates my patience. Let him keep patient at such sights, who has nothing to lose thereby. Such a sight enrages me. Such spectators embitter me against the play. Even more does that play itself, history itself, you understand, anacreontic moods imperceptibly come over me. This nature who gave to the steer its horn, to the lion its kesu odonpon. For what purpose did nature give me my foot? To kick by Saint Anacreon, and not merely to run away. To trample on all the worm-eaten chairs, the cowardly contemplators, the lascivious eunuchs of history, the flirters with ascetic ideals, the righteous hypocrites of impotence. All reverence on my part to the ascetic ideal insofar as it is honorable, so long as it believes in itself and plays no pranks on us. But I like not all these coquettish bugs who have an insatiate ambition to smell of the infinite, until eventually the infinite smells of bugs. I like not the whited sepulchres with their stagey reproduction of life. I like not the tired and the used up who wrap themselves in wisdom and look objective. I like not the agitators dressed up as heroes who hide their dummy heads behind the stalking horse of an ideal. I like not the ambitious artists who would fain play the ascetic and the priest, and are at bottom nothing but tragic clowns. I like not, again, these newest speculators in idealism, the anti-Semites, who nowadays roll their eyes in the patent Christian Aryan man of honor fashion, and by an abuse of moralist attitudes and agitation dodges so cheap as to exhaust any patience, strive to excite all the blockhead elements in the populace. The invariable success of every kind of intellectual charlatanism in present-day Germany hangs together with an almost indisputable, already quite palpable desolation of the German mind, whose curse I look for in a too exclusive diet of papers, politics, beer, and Wagnerian music, not forgetting the conditioned precedent of this diet, national exclusiveness and vanity, the strong but narrow principle, Germany, Germany above everything.
You know, it's funny, like, he is, like, you know what's funny? So I read a book several years ago that I loosely recall. It was called Nietzsche and the Nazis, because I know that Nietzsche was a big, his ideology of power and the Uberman, the Superman, was utilized by them. But it's kind of interesting to hear him so blatantly, like, this is before he wrote this, way before they went crazy. Oh well, yeah, way before. Yeah, so, at least as far as I'm aware, and so him kind of calling it out before it happened, he seemed very annoyed that they were taking his point, and you can tell he was very aware of the problem. I feel bad because I feel like it must suck to like try to make a point, and the people who are listening to you are like just run in all the wrong directions. That must be so funny. Mm-hmm. Or people just don't listen to you, and then they just get the part they like.
They hear you, but they're not hearing you.
They hear what they want to hear to make their point.
They're cherry picking. That sucks for anybody who's trying to make a point.
Yeah.
But again, these newest speculators in idealism, the anti-Semites, who nowadays roll their eyes in the patent Christian Aryan man of honor fashion, and by an abuse of moralist attitudes and agitation dodges so cheap as to exhaust any patience, strive to excite all the blockhead elements in the populace. The invariable success of every kind of intellectual charlatanism in present-day Germany hangs together with an almost indisputable and already quite palpable desolation of the German mind, whose curse I look for in a too exclusive diet of papers, politics, beer, and Wagnerian music, not forgetting the conditioned precedent of this diet, national exclusiveness and vanity, the strong but narrow principle, Germany, Germany above everything, and finally the paralysis agitans of modern ideas. Europe nowadays is above all wealthy and ingenious in means of excitement. It apparently has no more crying necessity than stimulantia and alcohol, hence the enormous counterfeiting of ideas, those most fiery spirits of the mind, hence too the repulsive, evil-smelling, perjured, pseudo-alcoholic air everywhere. I should like to know how many cargoes of imitation idealism, of hero costumes with highfalutin claptrap, how many casks of sweetened pity liqueur, firm la religion de la souffrance, how many crutches of righteous indignation for the help of those flat-footed intellects, how many comedians of the Christian moral ideal would need today to be exported from Europe to enable its air to smell pure again. It is obvious that in regard to this overproduction, a new trade possibility lies open. It is obvious that there is a new business to be done in little ideal idols and obedient idealists. Don't pass over this tip. Who has sufficient courage? We have in our hands the possibility of idealizing the whole earth. But what am I talking about courage? We need only one thing here. A hand. A very free hand. 27. Enough.
Very
Enough.
free hand sounds
Let us
hilarious.
leave these curiosities and complexities of the modern spirit, which excite as much laughter as disgust. Our problem can certainly do without them. The problem of the meaning of the ascetic ideal. What has it got to do with yesterday or today? Those things shall be handled by me more thoroughly and severely in another connection, under the title A Contribution to the History of European Nihilism. I refer for this to a work which I am preparing, The Will to Power, an attempt at a transvaluation of all values. The only reason why I come to allude to it here is this. The ascetic ideal has at times, even in the most intellectual sphere, only one real kind of enemies and damagers. These are the comedians of this ideal, for they awake mistrust. Everywhere otherwise where the mind is at work seriously, powerfully, and without counterfeiting, it dispenses altogether now with an ideal. The popular expression for this abstinence is atheism, with the exception of the will for truth. But this will, this remnant of an ideal is, if you will believe me, that ideal itself in its severest and cleverest formulation. Esoteric.
Unfortunately, he just mentioned a book that is not even on my want to read list, The Will to Power, which I feel like I've heard of, and it's also on YouTube, and it's also really long, but I could easily just cheat and, like, listen to a summary of it, but that sounds way more Kane adjacent as well. I keep wanting to follow these little rabbit trails, but that's a whole nother 10 hours of reading. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I have 2 other books I'm currently in the middle of. I need to finish soon. Oh my gosh. I'll put that on after that. That'll come after. Okay. Anyway, carry on.
Through, stripped of all outworks, and consequently not so much its remnant as its kernel. Unqualified, honest atheism, and its air only do we breathe, we, the most intellectual men of this age, is not opposed to that ideal, to the extent that it appears to be.
Jeez.
It is rather one of the final phases of its evolution, one of its syllogisms and pieces of inherent logic. It is the awe-inspiring catastrophe of a 2,000-year training in truth, which finally forbids itself the lie of the belief in God. The same course of development in India, quite independently and consequently of some demonstrative value. The same ideal driving to the same conclusion, the decisive point reached 500 years before the European era, or more precisely at the time of Buddha. It started in the Samkhya philosophy, and then this was popularized through Buddha and made into
I think what I don't like about this is while he may be pointing out some truths about the kind of a parasitic kind of... I feel like he has some criticisms that are based in what he's observed as snake-like behavior regarding the church, but I feel like he's creating a narrative of what, like, why it exists at all from, like, out of thin air. Like, he's just theorizing as to, like, how something came to be.
Asking.
So, and maybe that's fine if you're just philosophizing, I guess, but it seems kind of like you're you're talking like you've done like some science on this, and I just don't know. It seems like you kind of just made that up. But okay. I thought the same thing. I read his book, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where the quote is, "God is dead and we have killed him," is from. And I also felt like that book was also a lot of like, you just kind of were making stuff up. Like you might be making a valid point, but like, you're acting like it's like objective truth here, and I just don't know where you're getting it from, aside from how you feel about it. I don't know. Anyway, carrying on.
I put the question with all strictness, has really triumphed over the Christian God? The answer stands in my joyful wisdom, aphorism 357. The Christian morality itself, the idea of truth, taken as it was with increasing seriousness, the confessor's subtlety of the Christian conscience translated and sublimated into the scientific conscience, into intellectual cleanness at any price, regarding nature as though it were a proof of the goodness and guardianship of God, interpreting history in honor of a divine reason as a constant proof of a moral order of the world and a moral teleology.
He's criticizing this, but this is freaking what it's all about. I love this stuff, so, okay.
Our own personal experiences, as pious men have for long enough explained them, as though every arrangement, every nod, every single thing were invented and sent out of love for the salvation of the soul. All this is now done away with. All this has the conscience against it, and is regarded by every settler conscience as disreputable, dishonorable, as lying, feminism, weakness, cowardice. By means of this severity, if by means of anything at all, are we, in sooth, good Europeans, and heirs of Europe's longest and bravest self-mastery. All great things go to ruin by reason of themselves, by reason of an act of self-dissolution. So wills the law of life, the law of necessary self-mastery, even in the essence of life. Ever is the lawgiver finally exposed to the cry, patere legem quam ipse turisti. In thus wise did Christianity go to ruin as a dogma, through its own morality. In thus wise must Christianity go again to ruin today as a morality. We are standing on the threshold of this event. After Christian truthfulness has drawn one conclusion after another, it finally draws its strongest conclusion, its conclusion against itself. This, however, happens when it puts the question, what is the meaning of every will for truth? And here again do I touch on my problem, on our problem, my unknown friends. For as yet I know of no friends. What sense has our whole being? It does not mean that in our own selves that will for truth has come to its own consciousness as a problem. By reason of this attainment of self-consciousness on the part of the will for truth, morality from henceforward, there is no doubt about it, goes to pieces. This is that great 100-act play that is reserved for the next 2 centuries of Europe, the most terrible, the most mysterious, and perhaps also the most hopeful of all plays.
Don't hold your breath, buddy.
If you accept the ascetic ideal, man, the animal man, has no meaning. His existence on earth contained no end. What is the purpose of man at all? Was a question without an answer. The will for man and the world was lacking. Behind every great human destiny rang as a refrain a still greater vanity. The ascetic ideal simply means this, that something was lacking, that a tremendous void encircled man. He did not know how to justify himself, to explain himself, to affirm himself. He suffered from the problem of his own meaning. He suffered also in other ways. He was, in the main, a diseased animal. But his problem was not suffering itself, but the lack of an answer to that crying question. To what purpose do we suffer? Man, the bravest animal and the one most inured to suffering, does not repudiate suffering in itself. He wills it. He even seeks it out, provided that he is shown a meaning for it, a purpose for suffering. Not suffering, but the senselessness of suffering was the curse which till then lay spread over humanity, and the ascetic ideal gave it a meaning. It was up till then the only meaning, but any meaning is better than no meaning. The ascetic ideal was in that connection the faute de mieux par excellence that existed at that time. In that ideal, suffering found an explanation. The tremendous gap seemed filled. The door to all suicidal nihilism was closed. The explanation, there is no doubt about it, brought in its train new suffering, deeper, more penetrating, more venomous, gnawing more brutally into life. It brought all suffering under the perspective of guilt. But in spite of that, man was saved thereby. He had a meaning, and from henceforth was no more like a leaf in the wind, a shuttlecock of chance, of nonsense. He could now will something, absolutely immaterial to what end, to what purpose, with what means he wished. The will itself was saved. It is absolutely impossible to disguise what, in point of fact, is made clear by complete will that has taken its direction from the ascetic ideal. His hate of the human, and even more of the animal, and more still of the material. This horror of the senses, of reason itself, this fear of happiness and beauty, this desire to get right away from all illusion, change, growth, death, wishing, and even desiring, all this means, let us have the courage to grasp it, a will for nothingness. A will opposed to life, a repudiation of the most fundamental conditions of life. But it is and remains a will. And to say at the end that which I said at the beginning, man will wish nothingness, rather than not wish at all. End of section 7. Recording by Jeffrey Church. End of The Genealogy of Morals by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated by Horace B. Samuel.
Well, we did it. We finished the book, baby. Woo! Woo, woo, woo. And I just realized we were muted so much of that time, so whoever might have joined the chat missed everything, so.
It's okay.
Sorry.
For next time.
Alrighty, well, good night. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye. Bye.